Chapter 958. The entire beast's lair was terrifying. Vast spiritual energy surged in all directions. Fortunately, the beast's lair was large and sturdy enough. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. Even so, it was in a dilapidated state and was in danger of collapsing at any time. Lin Xian held a long sword in his hand. From time to time, he would release streaks of sharp sword qi that swept across the area. Fortunately, the gold-ranked beast had a weakness. Otherwise, if it had completed its evolution, they would not have been able to hurt it. However, it was also a good thing that it had not completed its evolution. Under the frenzied attacks of the group, the gold-ranked beast retreated and roared continuously. Seeing the excitement of countless warriors, their faces were flushed with excitement. They would soon become the first group to kill a gold-ranked beast. However, at this moment, Jiang Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he quickly sent a message to Qi Hao. "Brother Qi, it seems like the gold-ranked beast will not last much longer. Why don't we quickly clear the area so that no one can take advantage of the situation?" Hearing this, Qi Hao nodded and did not object. There was only one gold-ranked beast, so everyone coveted the gold-ranked demon core. If it was like now, when the gold-ranked beast was killed, it would definitely be chaotic. Perhaps someone would take advantage of the chaos and steal the gold-ranked demon core. Therefore, they felt that it was necessary to clear the area. Moreover, the three masters here were from their respective forces. They had brought many masters with them. So if the two forces worked together, it would be enough to kill the beast. Eliminating the other small forces would save them a lot of trouble. As for who the gold-ranked demon core would belong to, it would depend on who was more powerful, him or the Hidden Dragon Society. As a supermaster ranked 5th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, Qi Hao had absolute confidence. Even if the other party had 2 masters ranked in the top 10, he would not be afraid. Seeing that Qi Hao was the same, Jiang Yan and Tang Er looked at each other and smiled cruelly. They quickly passed down the order. Then the warriors from the Hidden Dragon Society and Qi Hao began to work together and occupy the front of the battle. Gradually, everyone realized that something was wrong, because the seats near the gold-ranked beast were all occupied by Qi Hao and the people from the Hidden Dragon Society. They formed a circle and formed a line of defense, blocking the other warriors behind them. At first, it was not a big deal. After all, the other party was powerful and had high attacks. They could not say anything. However, seeing that the gold-ranked beast was getting weaker, everyone wanted to rush to the front and wait for the moment to be killed. However, their movements were obstructed, and those martial artists who rushed forward were ruthlessly beaten back. "What is the meaning of this? Why won't you let us pass?" Immediately, someone shouted angrily, "Why did you block us?" The others were also unhappy. "Why? Hee, that's a golden demon beast, which is equivalent to a 4th heaven venerable. The front line is such a dangerous place, so it's best that you don't go there." "I'm doing this for your own good," Yao Bin sneered. "For our own good?" Someone roared. "Are you really that kind? It's already good enough that they don't treat us as cannon fodder." "That's right. Our lives are ours. We want to go to the front line now." After all, there was no real death in this place, so everyone was not that afraid. Moreover, once they got close to the front line, they would have a chance to seize the golden demon core. This was something that countless people desired. However, Yao Bin snorted coldly again. "Now is the most crucial moment of killing the gold-ranked demon beast. If you go and cause trouble and disrupt the rhythm of the battle, what should we do? If the gold-ranked demon beast recovers, I'm afraid our efforts will be in vain. So, you'd better stay behind obediently." "Fuck, you guys just want to eat the fruits of victory for yourselves." No one was a fool. Seeing this scene, they must have guessed what was going on. As soon as these words came out, everyone was angry and stared angrily at the front. "Oh, looks like you're not stupid. You know how to eat the fruits alone." Yao Bin sneered. He did not care about those angry eyes at all. But what you said is a bit too much. What's your strength and what's our strength? Can the two of us be compared? Most of the gold-ranked demon beasts were killed by our two families. Why should we give a share to trash like you? I advise you to get lost. If you're lucky, you can still harvest some gold-ranked and silver-ranked demon beasts. Otherwise, you won't get anything here. Seeing the other party being so arrogant, the other warriors were also angry. Many of them quickly rushed forward, but they were soon beaten back. Looking at the warriors who were beaten back, the surrounding people's faces turned pale. However, there was nothing they could do. The difference in strength between the two sides was too big. However, they would not sit still and wait for death. We can even fight against gold-ranked demon beasts together. Why should we be afraid of them? Suddenly, the exposed warriors grouped together and formed a large force. They wanted to rush forward. At the front line, Jiang Yan and the others who were fighting against the gold-ranked demon beasts sneered. He quickly sent a message. Then, the warriors who were following him retreated. There was a gap in the defense line near the gold-ranked demon beasts. Suddenly, the gold-ranked demon beasts' terrifying attack leaked out and rushed toward the furious warriors. Boom! The void shook and the airwaves tumbled. Those warriors screamed as they were slapped back by the gold-ranked demon beasts. Looking at those warriors who fell to the ground and wailed, Yao Bin laughed wildly again. Did you see that? We don't have to do anything, and you can't do it. You want to go to the front line? Do you have the strength? I advise you to stay here obediently. Otherwise, you'll lose your lives. Yao Bin sneered. Then he looked through the crowd and looked at Lin Xian and the others. His eyes were full of provocation. Damn, those shameless people want to take the fruits for themselves. Kid, let's rush over and kill them. The twin ghosts of Black and White were enraged when they saw this. Lin Xian shook his head. Don't be rash. Can you defeat the three of them? Even if we can't let them get the gold-ranked demon beasts cores so easily. The Black-White double ghosts were furious. They had put in a lot of effort before, but now they were excluded. No one could stand it. Are we just going to watch them kill the gold-ranked demon beasts? The two of them were not convinced. Don't worry. It's not that easy to get those things. Lin Xian sneered. In fact, he had planned to attack. But soon, he received a message from the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon told him that there was something wrong with the stone platform under the gold-ranked demon beast's feet. Therefore, Lin Xian did not attack. How is it? Did you find it? What exactly is inside that stone platform? Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. It's something good. See for yourself. The dark red divine dragon said. At the same time, he quickly set up a formation and shared what he saw with Lin Xian. Chapter 959. Through the array, Lin Xian saw an image. In the image, there were countless floating light spots. Some were the size of walnuts, and some were the size of fists. These light spots all emitted a silver-white light. They were all silver demon cores. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and he almost bit his tongue off. Even though he was used to seeing big scenes, he was still shocked. Because in the image, there were more than 1,000 silver-white light spots. This meant that there were more than 1,000 silver demon cores. In the next moment, Lin Xian raised his head and stared at the stone platform under the golden demon beast's feet with a burning gaze. He didn't expect that the inconspicuous stone platform would contain so many silver demon cores. No wonder the stone platform wasn't destroyed by such a terrifying battle. Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he touched his chin. How could he take out the silver demon cores from the stone platform? He wouldn't do something as stupid as taking action directly. If those people knew that there were so many silver demon cores in the stone platform, they would definitely go crazy. Therefore, he had to think of a secret way to secretly take the silver demon cores. Thinking of this, Lin Xian stepped back and took out the little white monkey from the demon beast pouch. Woo gee, the little white monkey waved its white fists with a face full of dissatisfaction. Help me this time. Don't worry, you won't be short of benefits, Lin Xian said. The little white monkey gestured and started to state its conditions to Lin Xian. Okay, I promise you. Spirit fruit, right? When the time comes, I will definitely get it for you. Lin Xian said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The little white monkey was satisfied. It then took off the little bowl on its head and found a hidden place to act. The dark red dragon also let out a strange cry and quickly flew out. It set up an array and hid the little white monkey's figure. The two guys secretly acted and were very excited. Lin Xian secretly let out a sigh of relief. He had seen the power of the little white monkey's treasure bowl. It shouldn't be a problem to take those demon cores. He looked at the Hidden Dragon League's martial artists who were still fighting in front of him and sneered. This group of greedy fellows wanted to monopolize the gold demon and exclude everyone else. However, what they didn't know was that under their feet there was a large number of silver demon cores. The value of those silver demon cores was probably no less than that of a gold demon core. If those people knew that such a huge treasure had brushed past them, they would probably vomit blood from regret. Thinking of this scene, Lin Xian felt very comfortable. He had long since found those fellows an eyesore. If it wasn't for the sake of attacking the Golden Lair, he might have already attacked those people. However, none of that mattered now. Collecting those silver rank demon cores in secret was the way to go. Not long after, an earth-shattering sound rang out, bringing with it a thick demonic aura that pierced through the heavens and the earth. The golden demonic beast in front of them roared towards the sky, and its huge golden eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of scarlet light. Not only that, but the demonic aura on the surface of its body was also burning, which was extremely terrifying. His aura was much stronger than before. With a sweep of its tail, it formed a huge arc and immediately sent the surrounding martial artists flying. Even Jiang Yan and the others were shocked, and they quickly used their movement techniques to dodge, because the attack just now was beyond their ability to withstand. What's going on? Isn't that bastard about to die? Why is it suddenly so angry? Is it the final radiance of the setting sun? Jiang Yan, Tang Er, and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. The attack just now had seriously injured many of their subordinates. Qi Hao's expression was also ugly, because some of his subordinates had also been swept by the huge tail, and now they were all bleeding profusely. The three of them looked at each other, puzzled. They didn't know why the extremely weak golden demonic beast would suddenly erupt with such an aura. In the distance, Lin Xian saw this scene, and his eyebrows twitched. His expression was also very serious, because he thought of a possibility. Could it be that the golden demonic beast found out that we were secretly stealing the silver demon cores? That's very likely. The more Lin Xian thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission. Ruffian Dragon, how many have you two gotten? Damn, we've only gotten 1/3 of them. That guy is really sensitive. He actually found out. The dark red divine dragon's face was filled with displeasure. 1/3. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect the two of them to be so fast. No wonder the golden demonic beast was so angry. 1/3 was equivalent to 300 to 400 silver demon cores. Thinking of this, his heart began to beat faster. He didn't expect that he would be able to obtain 300 to 400 silver demon cores in such a short time. This was dozens of times more than what he had obtained before. He had struck it rich this time. Lin Xian was ecstatic. Even if they were discovered now, it didn't matter anymore. The golden demonic beast was hiding. Its body was emitting a terrifying demonic qi, and its terrifying gaze swept across the surroundings. 2 rays of golden and red light shot out from its eyes, and they were like lasers, quickly searching around. Seeing this, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly sent a voice transmission to Ruffian Dragon and the dark red divine dragon to hide. "Don't worry, kid. Don't you know the formation I made?" The dark red divine dragon patted its chest and said, "That guy won't find out." As expected, the golden demonic beast's gaze swept past the place where the dark red divine dragon and the dark white divine monkey were, but it didn't stop. Seeing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. After looking around, the golden demonic beast's huge eyes revealed a hint of suspicion. It didn't find any enemies. This made it very confused. It clearly felt that the number of silver demon cores under its feet had decreased. Was it an illusion? The golden demonic beast sensed again. However, in the next moment, it felt that the number of silver demon cores under its feet was still decreasing. It was furious. It raised its foot and slammed it down hard. Rumble! In an instant, the entire ground shook and cracked into countless pieces. Cracks spread in all directions, and the stone platform under its feet also shattered. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know what the golden demonic beast was doing, but soon they opened their mouths wide and their breathing became rapid. The huge stone platform shattered, and a huge black hole appeared under the golden demonic beast's feet. Inside the black hole, there are countless silver balls of light floating. Seeing the silver balls of light, everyone was stunned. Then, their eyes turned red as they stared ahead. This was because they realized that the floating silver balls of light were actually demonic beasts, and they were all silver demon cores. One silver ball of light represented one silver demon core. There were so many silver balls of light, and there were at least 700 to 800 of them. In other words, there were 700 to 800 silver demon cores. Everyone went crazy. They had never seen so many silver demon cores in their lives. Jiang Yan and the others were also stunned. They didn't expect that there would be so many silver demon cores in that inconspicuous stone platform. Chapter 960. Jiang Yan and the rest were stunned when they saw the sky full of silver-grade demon cores. They had fought so hard for half a day and still could not take down a gold-grade demon beast. However, they did not expect that there was a treasure that was as valuable as a gold-grade demon core in front of them. If the gold-grade demon beast had not blasted it open, they would not have known. They would still be in the dark. Lin Xian was also stunned. He did not expect that the gold-grade demon beast would blast open the stone platform. It seemed that it was really desperate. Looking at the sky full of silver-grade demon cores, everyone was in a daze. Then they burst into loud cheers. "Brothers, those are silver-grade demon cores. Charge!" The surrounding martial artists roared crazily. In the next moment, countless figures soared into the sky. The scene that appeared in the golden lair truly shocked all the martial artists. The sky full of silver-grade demon cores floated in the sky like stars, emitting a silver-white light. This scene deeply stimulated the surrounding martial artists. Countless people soared into the sky. There were so many demon cores in the sky. As long as they could get one, their trip would not be in vain. Jiang Yan and the rest were also excited. Bai Yi's demon core was not an ordinary item. Even they were very tempted. "Everyone listen up. Attack! Collect as many silver-grade demon cores as possible," Jiang Yan shouted. Yes. Immediately, the martial artists of the Hidden Dragon League agreed. They were all excited. Then they joined forces and soared into the sky. On the other side, Chi Hao also soared into the sky with his men. He would not miss such a good opportunity. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect such a scene. Beside him, the black-white double demons were excited. They laughed and said, "Kid, do you want to join forces?" "No, you guys go first," Lin Xian said quickly. Then he said to Su Yu and the rest, "Senior Sister Su, you guys can go too. But be careful. Qing Cheng, you go with Senior Sister Su and the rest." The black-white double demons were stunned. They looked at Lin Xian in surprise. They did not understand what he was doing. However, they didn't think too much about it. The opportunity in front of them was very rare. If they missed it, they wouldn't have another chance. Therefore, they ignored Lin Xian and soared into the sky. Su Yu and the others, as well as Morong Qingcheng, formed a small team and prepared to fight. Lin Xian didn't move, because he didn't need to. The speed at which the little snow-white monkey collected it was much faster than the martial artists who rushed up to snatch it. At this moment, the sky was in chaos. Countless people were fighting fiercely. However, the Hidden Dragon Society and Qi had relied on their powerful teams to forcefully obtain an advantageous position. However, the Silver Demon Core was not so easy to obtain. The gold demon beast roared and opened its bloody mouth, forming a huge devouring force that quickly surrounded the entire sky. In the blink of an eye, all the silver-ranked demon cores were enveloped and flew towards the bloody mouth. "Bastard, you're courting death." Seeing this, Jiang Yan was enraged. He quickly waved his palm and struck out a fiery red palm shadow. Tang Er, Qi Hao, and the others all moved, wanting to stop the silver demon core. This was an excellent opportunity, and they would not allow a gold-ranked beast to ruin it. Boom! In the sky, countless forces collided with each other, creating a terrifying energy wave. Those silver-ranked demon cores that were flying backwards were forcefully pulled back. However, half of them were still swallowed by the gold-ranked beast, while the other half were scattered. Seeing the gold-ranked beast swallow more than half of the silver-ranked demon cores, countless people felt their hearts ache. However, they did not have the time to find trouble with the gold-ranked beast, so they could only fight for the remaining demon cores. Jiang Yan snorted coldly. His fiery red palm stretched out, bringing with it endless heat waves. Whoosh! 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 The sky darkened, and a huge palm appeared, grabbing towards the white-robed demon core. "Little White, get it!" Below, Lin Xian saw this scene and quickly said, Wu Ji, the little snow-white monkey nodded. Then it held the shabby little bowl and mumbled something, looking like a little immortal. Boom! In the sky, the fiery red palm fell, covering the 5 silver-ranked demon cores in an instant. Then, the huge palm clasped together and retreated. Seeing this, Jiang Yan revealed a satisfied smile. However, he did not know that the moment he clasped his hands together, 3 demon cores had mysteriously disappeared. The fiery red palm retreated, leaving a long trail of light behind it. Soon, it returned to Jiang Yan's side. Then, the huge palm of light spread out rapidly. What? This is impossible. When Jiang Yan saw the 2 remaining silver-ranked demon cores in his palm, he was stunned. How is this possible? His eyes were filled with disbelief. He clearly remembered that he had caught 5 silver-ranked demon cores, but now there were only 2 left. What about the other 3? He could not understand, and he did not know how the 3 demon cores were lost. Looking at the 2 remaining silver-ranked demon cores in his hand, Jiang Yan's face turned black. Although he did not understand what was going on, it was obvious that someone had snatched more demon cores from him. Someone had dared to go against him, which made him furious. However, he could not find anyone to vent his anger on, so he could only work harder to grab the silver-ranked demon cores around him. However, he swore to himself that he would find the person who had stolen from him and tear him to pieces. Actually, it was not just Jiang Yan. Tang Er, Qi Hao, and the others had also encountered the same strange situation. This made them furious. They were super powerhouses ranked in the top 10 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, so no one dared to provoke them. Now, however, someone had dared to play tricks in front of them and steal their demon cores. This was undoubtedly a provocation to them. The 3 of them stood in the air, their gazes piercingly cold and filled with murderous intent. They wanted to see who had dared to secretly attack them. The other ancient martial art practitioners were fighting for their demon cores, and Lin Xian had also joined the fight to not attract attention. Jiang Yan and the other two had not discovered the person who had secretly attacked them, which made their faces even gloomier. In the process of fighting, the most ferocious beast was the gold-ranked demon beast. It was powerful and had snatched the most silver-ranked demon cores. Previously, when everyone had worked together, they had been able to contend with it. However, in such a chaotic situation where everyone was fighting for themselves, they were no match for the gold-ranked demon beast. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned because he had received a voice transmission from the dark red divine dragon. "Kid, we've snatched a demon core with a faint golden glow." "What? A faint golden glow?" Hearing that, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The golden glow was enough to show how terrifying it was. He guessed that the owner of the faint golden demon beast must be an extremely terrifying existence. At the very least, it had the qualifications to evolve into a true gold-ranked demon beast. In fact, the faint golden demon core had been snatched from the mouth of the gold-ranked demon beast. Chapter 961. It was left behind by one of its competitors. Back then, only the two of them had the possibility of evolving into a gold-ranked demon core. Hence, a fierce battle broke out between the two of them. In the end, it was the winner, while its competitor was defeated and turned into a pale gold demon core. This light golden demon core was extremely tempting to him because the energy contained within it was too great. Under normal circumstances, it would not be the time for it to consume the pale gold demon core. Hence, it kept it and waited for the right time to consume it. But now it had mysteriously lost most of its silver-ranked demon cores. It could not even keep the rest of its demon cores. Hence, it could not wait any longer. It had to act quickly. However, just as it was about to consume the demon core, it realized that it was gone. It had been snatched away by someone else. This was unbearable for it. The gold-ranked demon beast was enraged. It let out an angry roar, and the demon chi on its body began to burn. Its entire body shone with golden light and turned into thousands of golden tentacles that flew in all directions. In an instant, countless silver-ranked demon cores were caught by the golden tentacles and brought back. After obtaining nearly 100 silver-ranked demon cores, the gold-ranked demon beast suddenly stopped moving. It stood there like a statue. Seeing that the gold-ranked demon beast had given up on fighting for the demon cores, the surrounding martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. Then they sped up the process because there were less than 100 silver-ranked demon cores left. However, they did not notice that at the gold-ranked demon beast's heart, the area that was originally glowing with a silver-white light was slowly disappearing. It was replaced by a blinding golden light. Following that ray of light was a terrifying aura. In the next moment, the gold-ranked demon beast's aura exploded once again. Like a volcanic eruption, it spread out in all directions. The ground nearby split open in an instant, and the huge stone pillars in the surroundings shattered with a loud bang, scattering all over the ground. Feeling the fluctuation of energy, everyone's expression changed. Jiang Yan, Tang Er, and the rest looked even worse because this energy was much stronger than before. It was far beyond their ability to resist. Lin Xian frowned as his heart raced. He realized that the silver-white area at the gold-ranked demon beast's heart had disappeared. In other words, the gold-ranked demon beast had completed its evolution and no longer had any weaknesses. This was bad news. Previously, they were able to fight against the gold-ranked demon beast because it had not completed its evolution. But now, this weakness had disappeared. In other words, even if they joined forces again, they would not be able to contend against the other party. Not only that, the aura of the gold-ranked demonic beast was extremely strong, and its strength had also increased by a large margin. It had become a true overlord. There was no way they could fight against such a demonic beast. As he thought of this, Lin Xian's scalp went numb. Without any hesitation, he quickly transmitted his voice. "Ruffian Long, quickly stop and leave!" At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the double ghosts of Black and White, Morong Chingchang, Suyu, and the others, asking them to leave as soon as possible. Then, Lin Xian stomped his foot and turned into a sword radiance. He brought the dark red dragon and the little monkey out of the lair quickly. Behind him, the twin ghosts of Black and White, Morong Chingcheng, and the others followed closely behind. Seeing Lin Xian and the others leaving, everyone was stunned and surprised. One had to know that there were still plenty of silver demon cores in the sky, and the other party had actually left just like that. It was just too strange, because, in their opinion, no matter how strong the gold-ranked demonic beast was, they would still be able to deal with it. After all, the silver-ranked demonic cores were very tempting. However, in the next moment, they understood why Lin Xian wanted to escape. Rumble! The void trembled, and a huge golden claw descended from the sky and slapped forward at a high speed. This attack was very terrifying. It was like a huge golden mountain, and it fell from the sky with a terrifying force. Waves of air rolled, and demonic chi filled the air. The void was instantly torn apart, and the terrifying force enveloped everyone. Bang! Those martial artists who were close to it could not resist at all. In an instant, they were blasted away and vomited blood. They were severely injured. In the next moment, a white light appeared on their bodies, and they were forcefully transported out of the monster-slaying realm. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. This was because they realized that the gold-ranked demonic beast was too powerful at this moment. It was not something that they could fight against. Even if they joined forces, they would not be able to resist it. Jian Yan and the others also looked gloomy. They also realized that the gold-ranked demonic beast had completely evolved. This made them feel indignant. They were so close to killing the gold-ranked demonic beast. Once they killed the gold-ranked demonic beast, not only would they obtain the extremely precious gold-ranked demonic core, but they would also become famous. After all, no one had ever killed a gold-ranked demonic beast before this. But now it was impossible. Jian Yan and the others were frustrated that they had lost such a great opportunity. Run! It was unknown who screamed, but everyone immediately rushed towards the exit like a swarm of locusts. Behind them, the gold-ranked demonic beast roared into the sky, and a terrifying sound wave burst out. The beast waved its claw, and the golden demonic chi surged and tore the entire demonic beast lair apart. Bang! 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 Countless huge rocks fell, and dust flew. The extremely sturdy gold-ranked demonic beast lair collapsed at this moment. The gold-ranked demonic beast looked around. Two beams of yellow light shot out from its huge eyes. They were like demonic spears that pierced forward. They pierced through the void like two golden dragons. Seeing the gold-ranked demonic beast attack, everyone's scalp went numb. They used all their strength and ran for their lives. However, those martial artists who were too slow were still hit by the golden spears. They were severely injured, and their bodies emitted white light as they left the monster-slaying realm. Everyone evacuate! Jiang Yan's face was solemn as he led the people from the Hidden Dragon League to retreat quickly. On the other side, Chi Hao also reorganized his team and left quickly. This force was not something they could withstand. Bang! From the ruins, countless figures shot up into the sky. They looked panicked and were in a sorry state. After they left the lair, they quickly flew in all directions. Roar! The monstrous beasts on the periphery received the order and frantically tried to block the monstrous beasts. They threw themselves at the martial artists without any regard for their lives. The gold-ranked demonic beast also rushed out in an instant. The ground trembled rapidly and cracks spread out for thousands of miles. It was a shocking sight. The gold-ranked demonic beast was like a huge golden mountain. It moved quickly, and every step it took caused the ground to crack. It looked around as if it was looking for something. Suddenly, it stared in one direction, and its eyes were filled with anger. Then it roared into the sky and flew up. Rumble! Like a golden mountain, it rushed into the sky. Damn! Why is that thing chasing us? At this moment, Lin Xian and the others who escaped first changed their expressions. Especially the black-white double ghosts, they cursed out loud. They quickly changed their direction, trying to shake off the gold-ranked demonic beast. However, as they changed their direction, the gold-ranked demonic beast behind them also changed its direction. It was not going to let them go. Chapter 962. They realized that they were being targeted. Otherwise, they would have been able to shake off the golden beast by changing directions so many times. Didn't they see that all the other warriors were safe? Only they were still being chased by the golden beast. Seeing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. He guessed that the gold-ranked demonic beast was here for the pale gold demonic core. Let's split up. I think the golden beast is after me. Coming for you? Kid, what did you do to make the golden beast go berserk? And its resentment is still there. The double demons of black and white widened their eyes and stared at Lin Xian in confusion. Looking at everyone's gaze, Lin Xian let out a bitter laugh. It was really hard to explain this matter in such a short period of time. Anyway, they would just have to split up for now. He would go and lure the gold, rank, demonic beast away, and the rest of you would take the opportunity to leave. But it's too dangerous. Su Yu and the others were worried. Don't worry. That beast can't hurt me in terms of speed. Lin Xian smiled confidently. However, Murong Qingqian said with a firm voice, I will go with you. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and did not reject. Murong Qingqian's strength was not weaker than his. Even if they were being chased, she would not be hurt. Plus, if the two of them worked together, they might be able to counterattack. Then Lin Xian and Murong Qingqian quickly got up and flew in the other direction, like shooting stars. They disappeared into the sky in a flash. In the next moment, the golden beast roared to the sky. It gave up on the double demons of black and white and turned to chase after Lin Xian and Murong Qingqian. Damn, it's really going after them. The double demons of black and white and the others were stunned. They did not expect the golden beast to go after Lin Xian. What did this kid do? Why is he being chased by a golden beast? The double demons of black and white and the others could not figure it out, but they did not think about it anymore. Lin Xian had given them a chance to escape, and they had to make good use of it. In a flash, the double ghosts of black and white, Su Yu, and the others flew to a safe place. This scene was naturally seen by the other cultivators. Immediately, many of them stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with bewilderment. This was because they were also confused as to why the gold-ranked beast only wanted to kill Lin Xian. There must be something wrong with it. Jiang Yan frowned as he watched Lin Xian's departing figure. What do you think? He looked at Tang Er. There's a problem. That brat was the first to escape, which means that he must have sensed something, Tang Er said. Furthermore, that gold-ranked demonic beast did not hesitate to reveal so many silver-ranked demonic cores. It must have discovered something and was forced to evolve. I'm guessing that the kid might have something in his hands. Furthermore, that thing is very important to the gold-ranked demon beast, Second Tang said. That's possible. Jiang Yan nodded. No matter what, let's go and take a look. After all, the gold-ranked demonic beast target is that kid. We shouldn't be attacked. With the gold-ranked demonic beast speed, I'm afraid it won't be able to catch up to Lin Xian. However, we can secretly do something to make him and the gold-ranked demonic beast fight. When the two sides are almost done fighting, we'll make our move. The Lone Star Sword and those demonic cores in Lin Xian's hands will all be ours. Oh, right, isn't the falling star with him too? You can snatch it from him when the time comes. Jiang Yan smiled cruelly. That's exactly what I was thinking. Tang Er sneered as well. The two of them discussed for a while. Then, in a flash, they chased after the gold-ranked demonic beast. Following them were Yao Bin and a few other elite disciples with valiant strength. On the other side, Qi Hao was equally shocked. However, after seeing Jiang Yan and Tang Er's actions, he decided to follow them. He wanted to see what Lin Xian had that could attract the gold-ranked demonic beast. Of course, if there was a chance, he would not mind snatching it from him. On the vast plains, two figures were flying at a low altitude like shooting stars. Above the two of them, there was a huge black shadow moving at high speed. It was like a dark cloud, dark and dense, bringing with it an endless gust of wind. If one took a closer look, they would realize that the huge black shadow was actually a mountain. At this moment, it was forcefully uprooted and thrown out like a rock. The huge mountain whistled and smashed towards the two figures in the distance. However, it did not succeed. The two figures were very agile and dodged it in an instant. Boom! The mountain landed on the ground, creating a terrifying crater. Countless huge rocks were sent flying, cutting down some of the surrounding trees. Roar! An angry roar was heard. Then the ground shook rapidly as if there was an earthquake. Countless cracks spread across the ground. Accompanied by this terrifying momentum was a huge golden figure. This figure was naturally the gold-ranked demonic beast. The two figures flying in front of it were Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. The gold-ranked demonic beast roared angrily when its attack missed. Golden light shone from its body, forming countless tentacles. It quickly grabbed the towering trees nearby and uprooted them. Buzz! The ground shook. Countless towering trees were uprooted. Under the effect of the golden tentacles, they turned into spears and swords and flew into the distance. The gold-ranked demonic beast bent its body slightly and opened its bloody mouth. It quickly absorbed the spiritual energy around it. Then it formed a huge golden ball of light and spat it out. The ball of light trembled and the runes on it shone. A thick golden pillar of light shot out from the center and quickly flew into the distance. Wherever it passed, the rocks and trees were all shattered. Nothing could stop it. In front, Lin Xian felt the energy fluctuation behind him. His face changed, and he quickly flashed away. In an instant, he created countless figures. Morong Qingqing beside him was like a purple lightning. She was extremely fast. The two of them used their unique skills and narrowly avoided the attack of the gold-ranked demonic beast. Damn, this guy is too hard to deal with. Lin Xian frowned. Although the opponent's speed was not as fast as theirs, it had endless power. Its long-range attacks could hurt them. For example, the golden pillar of light just now was extremely fast. An ordinary level 3 honorable would not be able to dodge it. Even a level 4 honorable would be hit if they were careless. If they were hit, they would probably turn into a bloody mist. Only Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing, both of whom had mastered extreme speed movement skills, were able to dodge the attack in such a short time. However, it was also very dangerous for them. The gold-ranked demonic beast did not seem to know fatigue. It kept shooting out golden pillars of light, threatening their safety. If they could not dodge at once, they would die. It's indeed a gold-ranked demonic beast. It's too hard to deal with. Morong Qingqing looked serious. Chapter 963. Indeed, they could still escape from a gold-ranked demonic beast. But if the other party attracted another gold-ranked demonic beast, they would be completely finished. Lin Xian's face was also cold. You've gone too far. If you chase me again, I'll kill you. He had already decided to fly for a while longer. If the other party still didn't give up, then he would have no choice but to summon the Dragon Sword Soul. Although this would cause him to be exhausted for a while and enter a weakened state, he couldn't care less. Otherwise, if an overlord-ranked, gold-ranked, demonic beast continued to follow them, it would be very troublesome. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to do anything else, and they might not even be able to cross the final demonic blood pool. Just as Lin Xian was about to summon the Dragon Sword Soul and fight for his life, he suddenly felt something move in his body. This is Lin Xian was shocked. While flying at top speed, he sent a part of his soul into his body to investigate. Soon, he discovered the source of the trembling. It was the mysterious small sword. The mysterious small sword didn't normally move. It would only move when he was on the verge of death. Therefore, the trembling now made Lin Xian very surprised. However, after careful examination, he discovered that it wasn't the mysterious small sword that was causing it, but the black thousand-beast cauldron inside it. Seeing the thousand-beast cauldron trembling slightly, Lin Xian swallowed his saliva. What's going on? He was extremely surprised. The slight trembling of the black thousand-beast cauldron inside his body attracted Lin Xian's attention. He was extremely excited. One had to know that the thousand-beast cauldron was a complete Earth-rank treasure. Its power was unimaginable. However, it was actually trembling at this moment. Lin Xian was bewildered. Without moving recklessly, Lin Xian transmitted his voice and discussed with the dark red dragon. Ruffian Dragon had lived for thousands of years and had seen many things. It should know something. After hearing this, the dark red dragon fell into deep thought. I don't think the thousand-beast cauldron wants to attack, right? Attack! Lin Xian was surprised. Yes, the thousand-beast cauldron. Judging from its name, it should be related to demonic beasts. The gold-ranked demonic beast behind it is an extremely powerful existence. Perhaps it has attracted the thousand-beast cauldron's interest. You're still interested in the 10,000 years cauldron? Lin Xian rolled its eyes. It wasn't even human, so why would it be interested? Kid, don't ever look down on an Earth-rank treasure. Treasures of that level all have their own treasure spirits. Artifact spirit. Lin Xian was shocked. The so-called weapon spirit was an existence that was similar to a life form produced by the weapon itself. This sort of thing was only recorded in legends. It was impossible for ordinary weapons to give birth to an artifact spirit, but this was not necessarily the case for an Earthstep artifact. It could be said to be a rare treasure of heaven and earth, and there was a high possibility that it could give birth to an artifact spirit. The dark red divine dragon did not continue the discussion about the artifact spirit. Instead, it quickly sent a voice transmission. Kid, use your soul power to communicate with the 10,000 beast cauldron. You might be able to subdue that big fool behind us. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Although he didn't know what the final result would be, he still decided to give it a try. After all, this method sounded much safer. Moreover, after bringing out the great dragon sword soul, he would enter a period of weakness. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not bring out the great dragon sword soul. Ching-ching, I have a method that might be able to subdue the gold, rank, demonic beast behind us, but I need some time. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Don't worry, leave it to me. Murong Ching-ching smiled. If others heard this, their jaws would definitely drop. One had to know that this was a gold, rank, demonic beast. It was incomparably powerful. Even Jiang Yan and the others did not dare to go against it. However, at this moment, Murong Ching-ching was very determined to agree. Originally, Lin Xian was still a little worried, but now that he saw Murong Ching-ching's confident smile, he was relieved. His figure flashed, and he came to an open space. He quickly sat down cross-legged, and the dark red divine dragon carefully arranged a small defensive array around him. Next, Lin Xian closed his eyes and quickly poured his soul power into his body, trying to mobilize the 10,000 life cauldron. Seeing Lin Xian meditating with his eyes closed, as if he was preparing for something, Murong Ching-ching took a deep breath. Her delicate little face was filled with seriousness. In the next moment, she circulated the spiritual power in her body. Countless purple clouds surrounded her, as if purple clouds were coming from the east. Not long after the two of them landed, the gold, rank, demonic beast behind them rushed over. Before it arrived, a terrifying roar could be heard, shaking the heavens and the earth. The gold, rank, demonic beast walked to a nearby mountain and quickly pulled the entire mountain up, smashing it towards Lin Xian. Boom! The huge mountain shook violently and fell with unparalleled force. Humph! Murong Qingqing snorted coldly and waved her jade-like hands, striking out a series of palm shadows. Those palm shadows carried a mysterious aura as they swept across the void and quickly tore apart the incoming mountain. Silly brother, hurry up and leave, or you will really piss me off. Murong Qingqing's red lips moved slightly, her voice carrying a trace of coldness. The gold, rank, demonic beast could not understand human language. However, even if it could understand, it would not give up so easily. Seeing that the two of them had stopped running, the gold, rank, demonic beast's huge eyes lit up with excitement. It stared at Lin Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, with a devilish glow in its eyes. In the next moment, it stretched out its golden beast claws and clawed downwards. Golden light shone brightly as the huge beast claws tore through the heavens and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Before it landed, the aftershocks had already left 5 bottomless cracks in the ground. Looking at this scene, Murong Qingqing took a deep breath and quickly formed a seal with her jade-like hands. A terrifying aura rippled out from her jade-like fingers. Sky-flipping seal. Along with this voice, a purple seal flew out from Murong Qingqing's hand and rushed into the sky. The seal grew rapidly in the air. Purple clouds surrounded it, forming 4 ferocious true dragons, circling in all directions. In the next moment, the purple sky-flipping seal and the gold, rank, demonic beast clashed violently. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying sound rang out, shaking the heavens and earth. The wind howled, covering the entire sky. The two forces persisted in the air, fighting against each other. In the end, the gold, rank, demonic beast claw grew dimmer, while the purple light grew brighter. Soon, the purple sky-flipping seal let out a low dragon's roar and quickly blasted the gold, rank, demonic beast away. Then it charged towards the gold, rank, demonic beast in an even more violent manner. This scene was witnessed by Jiang Yan, Qi Haoho, and the others who had just arrived. Instantly, their mouths were agape and they were dumbfounded. They could not believe that the gold, rank, demonic beast's attack could be repelled. One should know that the gold, rank demonic beast was no longer the demonic beast with a weakness. Tower had completely evolved and was now a true overlord. Even so, it was still repelled. Chapter 964. Before this, they were only concerned about Murong Qingqing's beauty and identity. Jiang Yan and the rest did not care about the rest. However, it seemed that they were wrong. They were terribly wrong. The beautiful girl in front of them was definitely not weaker than them. She might even be stronger. At least, they were not confident that they could repel the gold-ranked demonic beast's attack in one move. However, the beautiful girl in front of them had done it. Not only that, but what shocked them even more was yet to come. The cataclysmic seal's golden beast claw was repelled. Then it attacked the gold-ranked demonic beast in an even more ferocious manner. On top of it, 4 purple dragons were circling around, emitting an endless amount of light. What followed was a low dragon's roar. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the cataclysmic seal struck the gold-ranked demonic beast. Rumble. Thunder rumbled as the sky was torn apart. Terrifying purple clouds filled the air, drowning everything in front of them. Energy surged as a gale swept across. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. All of a sudden, a golden figure flew out from the boundless purple chi and retreated continuously. Every time he took a step back, he left a deep footprint on the ground. What? It was repelled. That's impossible. How could a gold-ranked demonic beast be repelled? What kind of move is that purple square seal? It's so terrifying. In an instant, Jiang Yan, Qi Hao, and the rest exclaimed. Their eyes were filled with shock. If blocking the gold-ranked demonic beast's attack had shocked them, then repelling the gold-ranked demonic beast had left them dumbfounded. Blocking an attack and repelling a gold-ranked demonic beast were two different concepts. They did not expect this beautiful girl to be so terrifying. She could even fight against a gold-ranked demonic beast. She really repelled the gold-ranked demonic beast. How was that possible? Jiang Yan and the rest narrowed their eyes. That purple palm seal was definitely not simple. To be able to repel a gold-ranked demonic beast, it was most likely an earth-rank martial art. Qi Hao frowned as well. Firstly, the purple palm seal's power was too terrifying. Secondly, Murong Qingqing was the proud daughter of a sovereign family. She would definitely have an earth-rank martial art in her hands. Now, it seemed that it was most likely the purple palm seal. However, this gold-ranked demonic beast was not to be trifled with, especially after its evolution. The strength it displayed was even stronger than that of an ordinary fourth-level venerable. The gold-ranked demonic beast roared angrily. Streaks of scarlet light began to appear in its eyes. It was so angry that it went berserk once again. It had no choice. That despicable brat had snatched away its vital demon core, forcing it to evolve ahead of time. And now, seeing that he was about to obtain the light gold demon core, it would be very useful for him to increase his strength in the future. But now it was blocked by someone. The other party was just a human girl. The gold-ranked beast did not take her seriously at all. In its opinion, it only needed one palm to tear this young man apart. However, it did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Not only did he block its attack, he even forced it back. This made it unbearable. In the next moment, the gold-colored demonic beast let out a furious roar. The gold-colored demonic aura on its body burned once again. Suddenly, even the void was distorted. Traces of golden light quickly spread out, forming a golden cloud above. Rumble! Golden lightning flashed in the cloud, forming a powerful force of thunder and lightning. They intertwined with each other and emitted a terrifying power. Soon, the golden cloud floated toward Murong Qingqing. The thunder and lightning struck, making a terrifying sound. The entire void was covered by a sea of thunder, which was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, the golden cloud arrived above Murong Qingqing. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts descended. The lightning bolts were too terrifying. They contained the power of a fourth-level venerable and directly pierced through the void. Dozens of golden lightning bolts were as thick as buckets. They struck down fiercely, like a heavenly tribulation. Murong Qingqing shouted and waved her hand. The purple aura on her body quickly surged out, forming flames that filled the sky and swept upward. The purple flames filled the sky, and the heat waves were terrifying. The flames illuminated the surroundings. The endless flames combined to form purple light pillars that collided with the golden lightning bolts that were descending rapidly. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion was heard. The two forces completely exploded, drowning the entire void. The aftermath of the energy turned into violent winds and lightning that swept in all directions. Immediately, the terrifying energy destroyed everything within 100 miles. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the defensive formation set up by the dark red divine dragon around him, which blocked the energy waves. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Seeing this scene, Yao Bin and the others in the distance were shocked and their hearts beat wildly. The battle was too terrifying. It was not something they could interfere with at all. Jiang Yan and the others also frowned. They had originally planned to let Lin Xian and the gold-ranked beast fight. Then they would secretly intervene. However, the situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Therefore, they did not act rashly. They only watched quietly and waited for the right time. That was because they saw Lin Xian sitting there cross-legged. He did not seem to have any reaction to the intense battle. They thought that he must be preparing for something. I don't believe that you won't make a move. Tang air snorted coldly. His face was gloomy as he continued to wait. In front of them, a terrifying energy exploded. Morong Ching quickly retreated like a fleeting shadow. Her face was slightly pale. It was obvious that fighting against the gold-ranked beast was a great challenge for her. However, her gaze was determined. In a flash, she stood in front of Lin Xian. Since Lin Xian believed in her, she would not let the gold-ranked beast get any closer until Lin Xian woke up. Opposite her, the gold-ranked beast was furious. It had completed its evolution and was now the overlord of the Demon Slayer world. Other than the other gold-ranked beasts, no one dared to fight against it. However, a little human girl dared to stand in front of it. Moreover, she had blocked its path time and time again. It could not tolerate this. It roared into the sky, and its huge eyes were filled with hatred. It wanted nothing more than to tear the girl in front of it apart. In the next moment, the gold-ranked beast unleashed its terrifying combat strength again. A vast amount of energy surged forward. It was determined to get the pale, gold demon core. Morong Ching also shouted. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of coldness. In the next moment, her jade-like hand shook and formed the purple mark from before. Overturning Sky Seal. A low voice was heard. Morong Ching quickly waved her hand. The purple palm print formed again and floated in the sky, emitting a hazy aura. For true dragons circled in the sky and spat out purple fog. They formed strange runes and fixed in the sky. The purple runes were very strange. They did not look like modern words. They should be words from ancient times. They floated in the sky and emitted a mysterious aura. 10,000 rays of purple light shone down. Chapter 965. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Purple light appeared and enveloped the gold-ranked beast. From afar, it looked like a purple energy barrier had enveloped the gold-ranked beast. Roar! The gold-ranked beast was enraged. It dragged its huge body and slammed into the purple light barrier. Every time it slammed into it, there would be an earth-shattering sound. Not only that, every time it slammed into the barrier, Morong Ching's face would turn paler. However, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. Seeing this, Jian Yan and the others in the distance were stunned. They did not expect the beautiful girl to have such a method to seal the gold-ranked beast. If this method was used on them, no one would be able to escape. Thinking of this, Jian Yan and the others had strange expressions. As the geniuses of the Hidden Dragon League, they had challenged the top 10 warriors on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard and succeeded. They were called the biggest dark horses. However, at this moment, compared to Morong Ching, they seemed pale and powerless. Morong Ching's ranking on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard was not high. She was only in the 50s. However, her strength was extremely terrifying. She was probably the biggest dark horse. Chi Hao was also shocked. Even if it were him, he would not be able to stop the gold-ranked beast. However, the girl was able to do this, which surprised him. At the same time, he was also amazed. Such a strange girl was definitely rare. Morong Ching's performance shocked everyone. They even felt ashamed of their own inferiority. They stared at the battlefield with full attention. However, they soon revealed suspicious expressions. Morong Ching's goal was very simple. She wanted to stop the gold-ranked beast from getting close to Lin Xian. However, they did not know what Lin Xian was doing. They only saw him sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. However, they thought that he was preparing some ultimate move. After all, in a battle of this level, no matter how confident Lin Xian was, he would not dare to let Morong Ching fight alone. Lin Xian naturally did not know what Jian Yan, Chi Hao, and the others were guessing. At this moment, he was using all his strength to activate the 1,000 Beast Cauldron. However, this process was not simple. The 10,000 Beast Cauldron did not seem to be under his control at all, and wanted to escape on its own. However, Lin Xian didn't dare to do that. If someone recognized the 10,000 beast cauldron, it would be a huge joke. After all, he'd suffered the pursuit of countless people just because he possessed a fragment of an Earth-rank treasure. And if someone were to find out that he possessed a complete Earth-rank treasure, would that person immediately cut open his stomach and take out the myriad beast cauldron? At that time, even a true king would make a move. If someone of that level were to make a move, Lin Xian would have no chance of escaping. Therefore, no matter what, he would not expose the 1,000 beast cauldron. In the end, Lin Xian had no choice but to take out King Pillfeather's crystal skull and activate the 10,000 beast cauldron. At the same time, he said fiercely, "If it doesn't work, then get out of my body. I don't keep trash here." It was unknown whether it was the crystal skeleton or Lin Xian's threat, but the 10,000 beast cauldron once again trembled slightly. It seemed to move under the control of Lin Xian's soul force. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He once again poured more soul force into the 10,000 beast cauldron. Could he control the gold-ranked monster outside? Buzz! The black cauldron trembled slightly, as if it was responding to Lin Xian's words. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Although he didn't know if it was the cauldron's treasure spirit, it didn't matter. As long as he could control the gold-ranked monster, it would be fine. Ruffian Dragon, set up a formation to cover the 10,000 beast cauldron so that others won't be able to see through it. Lin Xian quickly said, "Don't worry, no problem." The dark red dragon patted his chest and said. Then he waved his dragon claws and quickly set up a spirit formation. In the next moment, Lin Xian crazily poured his soul force into the 10,000 beast cauldron. Then the 10,000 beast cauldron emitted a black light, forming a strange energy that quickly rushed out. This time, the mysterious small sword didn't rush out of the 10,000 beast cauldron. Instead, the black light rushed out of the cauldron and formed a vague shadow of a black cauldron in the void. As soon as the black cauldron shadow appeared, it carried a terrifying aura that swept out in all directions. This aura came from an Earth-class treasure and couldn't be suppressed at all. Even Lin Xian's formation couldn't completely eliminate it. However, he didn't care about it now. As long as he could quickly kill the gold-ranked monster, no one would be able to discover his secret. He quickly opened his eyes. At the same time, the black cauldron above his head emitted an even darker light. A heart-palpitating energy rushed out and swept through heaven and earth. What is that thing? What a terrifying aura! When Jiang Yan, Qi Hao, and the others saw this scene, their hearts trembled and their pupils shrank. The aura was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the purple sky flipping seal that Morong Qingqing had used. They didn't expect Ling Xian to have such a technique. It was really unexpected. In the distance, the gold-ranked monster also saw the blurry black cauldron and immediately felt uneasy. It roared crazily and quickly attacked the purple light curtain around it, trying to escape. At the same time, it developed a deep fear of the black cauldron, as if it had met its nemesis. It felt a fear that came from the bottom of its heart. Although it didn't know what it was, its instincts told it to destroy it. The gold-ranked monster roared crazily. The gold-ranked monster aura on its body surged, forming countless tentacles that quickly attacked forward. Murong Qingchen, on the other hand, yelled as she kept forming hand seals with both of her hands, once again strengthening the sealing effect of the purple light. At the back, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He quickly stood up because he felt that controlling the 1,000-beast cauldron consumed too much of his soul power. Even he couldn't support it for long. Damn it! Lin Xian cursed. He realized that although the black cauldron was terrifying, it also consumed a lot of soul power like the great dragon sword soul. He probably wouldn't be much better after using it. It seemed that this thing could only be used as a trump card. Lin Xian sighed softly and then focused his gaze. "Qingcheng, that's enough. Let me do it." "Okay." Morong Chingching smiled and kept moving her hands. She removed the sky-flipping seal in front of her domain. At the same time, she floated to Lin Xian's side. In the next moment, she was extremely surprised. With a trace of surprise in her beautiful eyes, she looked at the black cauldron shadow above Lin Xian's head. What kind of power was this? Even she felt a trace of fear. This guy has so many secrets. Morong Chingching tilted her head curiously, but then the corner of her mouth curled up into a smile. With the black cauldron, the gold-ranked monster would suffer a lot. In front, the gold-ranked monster roared to the sky. It had finally broken free from the purple seal and regained its freedom. Soon after, a ferocious glint appeared in its huge eyes. It stared at Lin Xian and Morong Chingcheng, then charged toward them at a high speed. Chapter 966. Without the restraint of the purple cataclysmic seal, the gold-ranked beast was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. It charged towards Lin Xian quickly. This time, the gold-ranked beast was truly enraged. It used all of its strength and charged towards Su Ping like a golden meteor. Feeling the terrifying power, Jiang Yan and the others' eyelids twitched. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He quickly mobilized his soul power and poured it into the Black Thousand Beast Cauldron. In the next moment, the Black Thousand Beast Cauldron trembled. The black cauldron shadow above Lin Xian's head emitted a black light. Above it, strange beasts appeared and circled in the air. Bang! The Black Thousand Beast Cauldron spun and shot out a black light towards the gold-ranked beast. The light was very fast. It was like a black lightning bolt. In an instant, it was in front of the gold-ranked beast. In the next moment, it entered the gold-ranked beast's forehead. Suddenly, the gold-ranked beast's body trembled and stopped. Then it let out a painful roar. The roar was earth-shattering. It was like a demon's voice. It made one's scalp tingle. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, the gold-ranked beast's huge body fell to the ground. Countless waves of air rolled. A terrifying crater was formed on the ground. The gold-ranked beast rolled on the ground in pain. What's going on? What happened? Jiang Yan and the others were stunned. They only saw a black light enter the gold-ranked beast's body. Then it became like this? But this was too unbelievable. The gold-ranked beast was more terrifying than a fourth-rank honorable realm cultivator. Previously, even when Morong Chingcheng used the cataclysmic seal, she could only fight it to a draw. She could not kill it. But now a black light was causing the gold-ranked beast so much pain that it wanted to die. No one dared to believe it, but the truth was right in front of them. What was that thing? What did Lin Xian do? Jiang Yan and the others frowned. They quickly looked forward. However, the space around Lin Xian was distorted. It was very blurry. They could not see what was going on inside. Lin Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. At this moment, his face was a little pale. It was obvious that the attack just now had consumed a lot of his soul power. Fortunately, although the consumption was huge, the effect was very obvious. At the very least, the gold-ranked demonic beast seemed to have lost all its combat power and became extremely weak. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Such a powerful demonic beast was actually killed by a black light. This thousand-beast cauldron was truly terrifying. He did not dare to imagine if the gold-ranked beast's body and the beast's Lin Xian's. It seemed that it had become very weak and could not hold on for much longer. Morong Chingchen was surprised as well. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. She did not expect Lin Xian to be able to wound a gold-rank demonic beast with only one attack. However, looking at Lin Xian's pale face and sweaty forehead, Morong Chingcheng sighed slightly. She then moved her feet and asked softly, "Ants, okay, but hurry up. I can't hold on much longer." Lin Xian was a little weak. If his soul power is exhausted, he will not be able to control the 1,000-beast cauldron. Then the gold-ranked beast will be free and recover. So, now is the best time to kill the gold-ranked beast. Murong Qingqing nodded. Then, like a purple phantom, she floated forward. In the distance, Jiang Yan and the others saw this. Their hearts beat wildly. In an instant, they guessed what Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian were thinking. Then, their hearts trembled violently. Their eyes were burning with passion. Kill a gold-ranked beast. This was the best time to kill a gold-ranked beast, because once the gold-ranked beast is free, it will become an undefeatable existence. But now the beast was weak. It was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. If they could kill a gold-ranked beast, they would gain both fame and fortune. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan, Tang Er, and the others' breathing quickened. Their eyes were as red as a rabbit's as they stared straight ahead. Although they were afraid of Lin Xian's ultimate move and Murong Qingqing's combat power was unparalleled, both of them were exhausted. It was hard to say how much of their combat power they could use. Moreover, a gold-ranked beast was too tempting. They could not resist. Therefore, without any hesitation, Jiang Yan and Tang Er instantly made their decision. They led more than 10 elite disciples of the Hidden Dragon League and quickly soared into the air, charging forward. Like sharp swords, they tore through the void. Their speed was extremely fast. On another mountain, Qi Hao's brows were tightly knitted together. There was a trace of struggle in his eyes. Facing such temptation, he couldn't resist it. However, Murong Qingqing's sky seal and Lin Xian's jet-black light had already shocked him too much. If both of them were to use that kind of attack again, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. So he did not act immediately. Instead, he continued to wait. He had his own plan. He planned to let Jiang Yan lead the Hidden Dragon League to attack first. If the other party forced Lin Xian and Tang Er into a corner, they would definitely counterattack. At that time, the two of them might use their ultimate move again. That ultimate move could not be used more than once. So, as long as the other party used it again, he would immediately act and kill them. Thinking of this, Qi Hao suppressed the excitement in his heart and waited quietly. In the sky, the dozens of bright lights finally caught the attention of Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. They quickly realized that those lights were Jiang Yan and the others from the Hidden Dragon League. This group of shameless bastards. They were indeed hiding here. Lin Xian's face darkened. He snorted coldly. He did not have a good impression of these people. However, the other party's actions still surprised him. They had grasped the timing too well. However, Lin Xian was not worried at all. He even sneered. He had another trump card in his hand. If the other party really dared to attack, he would definitely teach them a bloody lesson. Murong Qingqing also frowned. The other party was too despicable. They did not act earlier and only appeared when it was time to reap the rewards. It was obvious that they wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, this was something that they had worked hard to obtain. How could they give it away? The dozens of lights in the sky were very fast. In an instant, they were near the gold-ranked demonic beast. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the next moment, Jiang Yan, Tang Er, and the others appeared. Jiang Yan scanned the area below and revealed a cruel smile. Let's split up. You lead the others to kill the gold-ranked demonic beast. I'll take care of that kid. Don't worry. I'll bring back the falling star for you. Jiang Yan smiled evilly. Chapter 967. Jiang Yan, Tang Er, and the rest of the Hidden Dragon League appeared near the gold-ranked beast. They looked at the pale Lin Xian and the weak gold-ranked beast and smiled cruelly. After some discussion, the two of them split up. Jiang Yan ran towards Lin Xian, while Tang Er led Zhao Bing and the rest towards the gold-ranked beast. Die, kid! Jiang Yan turned into a shooting star and rushed towards Lin Xian. On his body, a fiery red aura surged, turning into raging flames that burned fiercely. He was like a burning meteorite, rushing towards Lin Xian with great power. This time, Jiang Yan went all out and decided to take down Lin Xian in one move. Although Lin Xian was weak, the black light that he shot out was too terrifying. That kind of attack could seriously injure a gold-ranked beast. If Lin Xian used it again, Jiang Yan would not be able to block it. Therefore, he had to capture Lin Xian as soon as possible. Tang Er sneered and led Yao Bin and the rest to attack the gold-ranked beast. At this moment, the gold-ranked beast was extremely weak. It was lying on the ground, and its eyes had lost its light. It did not have much combat power now, and could not block the attacks of Tang Er and the rest. "How dare you!" Seeing this scene, Murong Qingqing also yelled out, a trace of anger appearing on her delicate little face. In the next moment, he decisively abandoned the gold-ranked beast and rushed towards Lin Xian. Compared to the gold-ranked beast, she was more concerned about Lin Xian's safety. "Haha, Kid Dai, you dare to offend the Hidden Dragon League? You will suffer." Jiang Yan sneered and waved his hand quickly. A fiery red palm print fell from the sky with a mysterious flame. Fire God's palm. With one slap, the area within 100 miles was covered in a sea of fire. There were strange patterns on the huge red palm, and it emitted a scorching aura. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. Even though he was extremely weak right now, he wasn't someone who could be trampled on. He snorted and was about to use his cards to attack. However, at this moment, a light flashed. Murong Qingqing's figure was like a purple phantom. Her speed was extremely fast, and she arrived beside Lin Xian in an instant. At the same time, she waved her hand, and a purple mark quickly formed. Sky-flipping seal. The terrifying purple palm print surged out again, as if it could shake the heavens and earth. In the next moment, the terrifying purple palm print and the crimson, red fire god's palm collided. Rumble. A terrifying sound rang out, the heavens and earth resonated. The fire god's palm was incomparably red, bringing with it endless heat waves that burned in all directions. Its aura was not weaker than the flames on the 7th level of the mountain. In the sea of flame Xian, the sky-flipped seal realm. The sky-flipped seal was Dragon Xian. Xian was emitting a mysterious aura. A powerful and terrifying force surged out of the overturning heaven seal, causing the entire world to tremble. This attack was too terrifying. It was like a stormy sea, swift and fierce to the extreme. Bang! In the midst of this intense confrontation, a groan was heard. In the next moment, a crimson figure quickly retreated 100 feet in the air. Wherever she passed, she left behind a trail of crimson lava. The purple light in the heavens and earth dissipated. Murong Qingqing was like a beautiful fairy. Her long dress fluttered in the wind. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, retreated 100 feet. His arm was numb and his face was full of fear. He was at a disadvantage in this attack and was sent flying. This was when his opponent was exhausted. Otherwise, he would have been in a worse state. One had to know that his opponent was in an intense battle with a gold-ranked demonic beast. However, she still had the energy to send him flying. It was shocking. Jiang Yan's face was full of shock. His eyes flickered as he stared ahead, wondering if he should continue to attack. Although he was angry that he couldn't kill Lin Xian in a short period of time, at least he had restrained the two of them, giving Tang Er enough time to kill the gold-ranked demonic beast. After Tang Er succeeded, he would gather all his forces to kill Lin Xian. He didn't believe that Murong Qingqing could withstand his and Tang Er's fierce attacks. Although his idea was good, reality was cruel. Just as he and Murong Qingqing were attacking, Lin Xian was not idle. He quickly withdrew his soul power and released the control of the gold-ranked demonic beast. In the distance, Tang Er led Yao Bing and the rest to surround the gold-ranked demonic beast. Then a powerful aura surged from their bodies as they prepared to attack. However, in the next moment, the gold-ranked demonic beast lying on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. Its huge golden eyes shone with a terrifying light. The demonic chi, which had been fading away, suddenly began to congeal and explode out. Without the control of the 1,000-beast cauldron, the gold-ranked demonic beast recovered. In an instant, it recovered from its weak state to its peak. It even became more violent. With a fierce look in its eyes, the gold-ranked demonic beast roared. It was too angry. As the king of the demonic beast-slaying world, no one dared to offend it. But now, 2 small warriors had provoked it again, and they had succeeded. They had almost killed it. This made it fall into an endless rage. Now, it had just recovered from its weak state, and someone dared to kill it again. This was unbearable. Only by killing these despicable humans in front of it could it calm the anger in its heart. Therefore, it attacked without mercy. Its huge golden claws and terrifying golden tail swept out, enveloping the surroundings. In an instant, Tang Er's face turned green. He didn't expect the weak, gold-ranked demonic beast to recover and become even more violent than before. He was scared out of his wits. The gold-ranked demonic beast had completely evolved and had no weaknesses. It was not something they could fight against. Yao Bin and the rest were so scared that they peed their pants. Just the demonic beast's aura alone was enough to make their legs weak. They couldn't even stand straight, not to mention the terrifying golden claws. Run! Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore. He screamed and turned to run. When the other Hidden Dragon League disciples saw this, they all ran away. Tang Er's face was pale. He looked at the gold-ranked demonic beast unwillingly, then turned into a wisp of green smoke and ran away. Although he didn't know why the gold-ranked demonic beast recovered and made them lose the chance to kill it, he didn't have time to think about it. Running away was the most important thing. However, the gold-ranked demonic beast was infuriated. It swore to kill these despicable humans. How could it give Tang Er and the rest a chance to escape? In the next moment, the huge golden claws quickly grew in size. They covered the sky and slammed down fiercely. Golden light bloomed. The sharp claws emitted a strong murderous aura and a terrifying demonic aura. The sky, full of golden light, completely enveloped Tang Er and the rest. The terrifying aura spread out in all directions, covering the entire space. After a series of earth-shattering sounds, Tang Er and the rest of them flew out while vomiting blood. They were in a sorry state and suffered heavy internal injuries. Chapter 968. Tang Er, Yao Bin, and dozens of others were severely injured by the gold-ranked beast. They turned into white light and left the demon-slaying realm. This scene shocked everyone, especially Jiang Yan. He was completely stunned. This was not an outcome he had expected at all. He would never have thought that the extremely weak, gold-ranked beast would suddenly recover and injure Tang Er and the others with a single slap. They were even sent out of the demon-slaying realm in the end. This was an extremely tragic outcome. It was even worse than death. This was because, once they left the demon-slaying realm, it meant that they had completely failed in the demon-slaying conference. All their previous efforts had been in vain. Even the demon blood pool at the end had nothing to do with those people. After all, they had fought so hard for the demon cores in order to obtain greater benefits from the demon blood pool at the end and increase their strength. However, they were now facing the danger of being sent out of the demon-slaying realm. He did not dare to take this risk again. Jiang Yan swallowed with difficulty. His expression was extremely ugly. He glared at Lin Xian and the others with hatred, then rushed into the sky and quickly fled. Not to mention whether he could defeat Murong Qingsheng. The recovered gold-ranked beast was not something he could fight against. He did not want to be like Tang Er, who was severely injured by a single slap and then sent out. Therefore, he did not hesitate at all. He turned around and quickly fled. If anyone was here and saw this scene, their jaws would definitely drop. This was because Jiang Yan was a super powerhouse, ranked 8th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. However, he had been scared away at this moment. It was truly unbelievable. In the distance, Chi Hao's expression was also ugly. However, at the same time he was extremely glad that he had not attacked with Jiang Yan and the others. Otherwise, he would have been sent out long ago. After looking deeply at Lin Xian and Yao Bin, Chi Hao took a deep breath and quickly left with the warriors behind him. He did not dare to stay here any longer. He did not want to stay here for even a minute. Who knew if the other party had any other terrifying trump cards? Although they looked incomparably weak, Chi Hao did not dare to have any ideas about them anymore. Tang Er was a very good example of this. Therefore, he quickly left with his people. Lin Xian looked at the backs of those people, leaving, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. He believed that the scene just now was definitely too shocking. He was afraid that these people would wake up from their dreams in the future. Murong Qingqing also revealed a smile. Those despicable fellows were finally scared away. Although the two of them were overjoyed, they did not let down their guard. Although there were no martial artists around, there was still a gold-ranked demonic beast eyeing them. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. If he could control a golden beast once, he could do it again, even though it would consume a lot of his energy. But for the gold demon core, he had no choice but to fight. What should we do? Should we continue? Murong Qingqing asked. Of course we have to continue. Otherwise, all our previous efforts would have been in vain. Besides, killing a gold-tier beast is something that makes me excited. Lin Xian laughed. If we succeed, we will become the first team to slay a gold-ranked demonic beast in the history of the Immortal Martial Academy. This reputation is probably even more shocking than the top 10 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. After all, the top 10 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard would change every time, and the reputation of being the first to slay a gold-ranked demonic beast would be forever recorded in history. Hearing this, Murong Qingqing's delicate face also revealed a look of excitement. After that, the two of them discussed and prepared to kill the gold-ranked demonic beast again. This time, Lin Xian directly released the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white marquis to monitor the surroundings and not let any martial artists in. Lin Xian controlled the 1,000-beast cauldron again and slowly walked towards the gold-ranked demonic beast. Originally, after the gold-ranked demonic beast sent Tang Er and the rest flying, its huge eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. The murderous intent in its eyes was not concealed at all. However, when Lin Xian took out the 1,000-beast cauldron again, the gold-ranked demonic beast's body trembled, and a look of fear appeared in its eyes. It would not forget the pain it had suffered previously. That black light had directly destroyed its will. If it was not for the fact that the young man in front of it was too weak, it would have become a slave. Therefore, when it saw the shadow of the black cauldron, the gold-ranked demonic beast's heart was filled with fear. It did not want to experience the same thing again. Therefore, without hesitation, the gold-ranked demonic beast turned around and ran. It was a stark contrast to its previous aggressive demeanor. However, since Lin Xian had already decided to kill it, how could he give it a chance to escape? In the next moment, he injected all his remaining soul power into the 1,000-beast cauldron. Immediately, the cauldron vibrated and emitted a black light. A ball of energy gushed out like a black lightning and instantly entered the body of the gold-ranked demonic beast. Roar! The gold-ranked demonic beast screamed in pain. Its eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. However, it was quickly replaced by weakness. At this time, Murong Qingqing's expression was also solemn. Once again, she used the sky-flipping seal and quickly attacked the gold-ranked demonic beast. The two of them worked together and finally killed the gold-ranked demonic beast. Buzz! From the huge corpse, a golden heart quickly rose into the air and floated in the air, emitting a blinding golden light. Finally, the heart gradually condensed into a golden ball of light the size of a fist. It contained a terrifying amount of energy. Gold-ranked demonic core! Looking at the golden ball of light, Lin Xian took a deep breath and his eyes were filled with excitement. After working so hard for so long, he finally obtained the legendary gold-ranked demonic core. This was probably the first gold-ranked demonic core in the history of the demon-slaying world. With a wave of her hand, Morong Qingqing held the gold-ranked demonic core in her hand. Then, in a flash, she came to Lin Xian's side. Looking at the demonic core in front of them, the two of them were excited and their eyes were filled with excitement. Is this the gold-ranked demonic core? It is indeed terrifying. The energy it contains is not comparable to that of a silver-ranked demonic core. Morong Qingqing exclaimed. Lin Xian was even more excited. He laughed and said, "If this demonic core appears, I guess everyone will go crazy." Of course. I guess no one can resist the temptation of a gold-ranked demonic core. But now it is ours. When they take it out at the demonic blood pool, it will definitely scare a lot of people to death. Lin Xian had a smirk on his face. Morong Qingqing also covered her mouth and chuckled. This guy really liked to mess around. However, just as the two of them were cheering in joy, something unexpected happened. The clouds in the sky rolled and the spiritual energy gathered like a torrent. The weather changed. Soon, the spiritual energy condensed into a row of golden words that appeared in the sky. When Lin Xian saw the words in the sky, he was dumbfounded. Even Morong Qingqing was stunned. Shocking news. Congratulations to Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing for creating history by becoming the first people to kill a gold-ranked demonic beast. Your great achievements will be recorded in the demon-slaying world forever. Chapter 969. World-shocking news. Congratulations to Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing for being the first to kill a gold-ranked beast. Your achievements will be recorded in the monster-slaying world forever. Everyone stared at the flashing golden words in the sky and fell into a daze. What's going on? They were stunned and had no idea what was going on. This had never happened in the monster-slaying world before. Could it be a prank? Someone did not believe it. That's a gold-ranked beast. How could it be killed? It's possible. No one has ever killed a gold-ranked beast, and it's impossible this time. That Lin Xian seems to be a new student. How could he do it? Suddenly, countless voices of doubt were heard. However, not long after, the news of Lin Xian and the others attacking a gold-ranked beast's nest spread. There was no helping it. There were many people attacking the nest this time, and most of them suffered great losses. Now that they heard the news, they were definitely unhappy. Therefore, they quickly spread the news. Jiang Yan, Qi Hao, and the others looked at the sky with a gloomy expression. Others might not believe it, but they did. Not long ago, they saw with their own eyes Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing severely injuring a gold-ranked beast. With their skills, it should not be difficult for them to kill a gold-ranked beast. Thinking of this, their hearts were filled with hatred, especially Jiang Yan. He wanted to go back and snatch the gold-ranked beast core back. However, Tang Er and the others' fates were still replaying in his mind. Moreover, the other party had the mysterious black light and the sky-flipping seal. That kind of killing move made him deeply fearful. Therefore, he did not dare to go back and snatch it. However, he did not plan to let Lin Xian go. Therefore, he quickly spread the news. What? Lin Xian really killed a gold-ranked beast. Gradually, many people found out the truth from the Hidden Dragon League. Then, their faces were filled with shock. They could not be blamed. This news was too shocking. Countless people were stunned. Soon, the news spread like crazy. In addition to the golden words in the sky that lingered for a long time, the entire monster-slaying world knew about this news. In the mountains, a stalwart figure carrying a black, long sword walked slowly. His steps were very steady. If one looked carefully, they would realize that the distance of each step was exactly the same, without the slightest difference. This imposing figure was Dugu Outyen. He raised his head and looked at the flickering golden words in the sky, revealing a trace of a smile. He did not expect that there would be such a person among the new students who could kill a gold-ranked beast. He muttered to himself in a low voice. His voice was unusually calm. It seemed that this news did not cause him much of a stir. Very quickly, he once again took steady steps towards the depths of the mountain. Dozens of silver-ranked demonic beast corpses were scattered around a lone peak that was 100 feet tall. Beside the corpses, a figure stood with his hands behind his back. Li Yunfei looked at the sky expressionlessly. No one knew what he was thinking. However, those star-like eyes gradually emitted a sharpness. In the vast forest, Lu Chang looked at the golden words in the sky. His face became extremely ferocious. Damn this guy. What kind of luck did he have to be able to kill a gold-ranked beast? He was going crazy. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such an opportunity. Before he left, he did not take Lin Xian seriously. He thought that as long as he met Lin Xian in the monster-slaying world, he could easily kick Lin Xian out of the competition. Although he had not met Lin Xian yet, there was news of Lin Xian killing a gold-ranked beast. That was a gold-ranked beast. It was an overlord in the monster-slaying world. Even Duguoutian and Cloud had not killed one. Now, a new student had accomplished such a feat it would be recorded in history forever. This made him angry and jealous at the same time. Young Master Lu, there's news. It said that the gold-ranked beast was newly promoted. Moreover, Lin Xian was not the only one who attacked the beast's nest. Other than him, there's Qi Hao, Jiang Yan, and Tang Er. They're all in the top 10 of the Mystic Supreme Leaderboard. That kid must have snatched the gold-ranked beast's core in the chaos. At the side, Wei Long received the report and said quickly, "Is the news reliable?" Lu Chang frowned and asked, "It's reliable. It said that the news came from the Hidden Dragon Society. They've already sent out many people to search for Lin Xian's whereabouts. I was wondering how strong that kid was. How could he kill a gold-ranked beast? Now it seems that he was just lucky to get the core in the chaos." Lu Chang showed a trace of disdain. "But that's good too. Once I'm done with that kid, the gold-ranked beast core will be mine." Thinking of this, he showed a trace of excitement, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Soon, all the experts in the monster-slaying world received the news, and all kinds of thoughts appeared in their minds. Moreover, countless forces and teams moved quickly. It could be said that the undercurrent was surging. In fact, not only the people in the monster-slaying world received the news, but the Immortal Martial Academy was also shocked. Above the true martial lake, the entire sky was filled with a faint light. It was like a mirror showing what was happening in the monster-slaying world. However, the display only showed the last region of the demon blood pool, but the golden words that appeared in the sky were still seen by everyone. What? A gold-ranked beast was killed? How is that possible? Isn't that the legendary strongest beast in the monster-slaying world? I'm not sure, but I'm very curious about what those golden words are. Could it be man-made? No, it should be formed automatically by the monster-slaying world. It can be said to be a symbol of glory. A senior said with a serious expression, "So that means the news is true." Many people exclaimed, their faces full of shock. They didn't expect that the overlord of the monster-slaying world was killed by someone. Moreover, it was killed by 2 new students. Fuck, isn't this Lin Xian too strong? He can even kill a gold-ranked beast? That's an existence equivalent to the 4th heavenly layer of Venerable. Murong Qingqing, my goddess, is indeed incomparably strong. Shocking news. If it's really Lin Xian who did it, his strength would probably surpass Li Yunfei and Duguoutian, right? Not necessarily. Maybe there's something we don't know. A group of people discussed animatedly. It was abnormally intense. In a corner of the true martial lake, the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were incomparably excited and quickly cheered. Brother Xian, it's really Brother Xian. Brother Xian's name actually appeared in the monster slaying world. Chapter 970. Humph. So what if they are in the top 10 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard? Let them kill a gold-ranked beast. Did you see that? Brother Xian is the boss of our Dragon Sword Pavilion. Recruiting. Recruiting. Our Dragon Sword Pavilion is recruiting. The boss is the one who just killed a gold-ranked beast, Lin Xian. The Dragon Sword Pavilion is opening up 100 spots for new members. First come, first served. Don't miss this opportunity. Wang Li started to lead the disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion to recruit new members. Needless to say, the effect was great. Many people ran over in an instant. The others started to discuss among themselves, causing the entire true Martial Lake to be noisy. This news was too shocking. Even the demon slaying conference had a strange phenomenon. It could be said that this was something that had never happened before. As for Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, who are recorded in the history books, they became the real influential figures in the immortal martial academy at this moment. In the sky, on the giant red feather, a few elders were shocked. There's actually someone who can kill a gold-ranked beast? And it's a freshman? Did the demon slaying conference make a mistake? No, I just took a look. The gold-ranked beast that was killed just recently advanced. Just advanced? But even so, it's not something that those people can fight against, right? A few elders were discussing quickly, their faces full of doubt. Obviously, these elders were still very doubtful of Lin Xian's ability to kill a gold-ranked beast. I wonder if it's possible to show the scene when they killed it? One of the elders asked. Yes, but it'll take some time. I'm afraid it's impossible now. Maybe we can only show it after the demon slaying conference ends. But don't forget that Lin Xian has Murong Qingqing by his side. She's the little princess of the Murong clan. I think she must have some powerful weapon in her hands to be able to kill a gold-ranked beast. Hearing this, a few elders nodded in agreement. They paid special attention to Murong Qingqing. After all, she was the little princess of the Murong clan. In front of them, Dean Xian nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. Hearing Dean Xian's words, the elders stopped their discussion. Headmaster, where did this brat come from? He's actually able to walk together with the little princess of the Murong family. From what I know, that little girl has very high standards. That's right. Furthermore, the Wanxiang auction was destroyed. Given young Master Lingfeng's strength, he would have sent people over. Fortunately, you secretly stopped him. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this kid wouldn't even be able to participate in this demon-slaying assembly. The elders shifted the topic to Lin Xian. Headmaster Xian stood with her hands behind her back and said calmly, "Maybe he is the one we are waiting for." What? It's him. Is this true? I always thought it was just a rumor. That's right. Does that person really exist? Several elders were moved. It shouldn't be wrong. Xian Shuozhang said slowly, "Next, we have to pay close attention to him. We can't let those old monsters attack him. As for the younger generation, let them deal with it themselves. If he can't even solve these problems, then we don't have to expect anything from him. Don't worry, Dean. Our Immortal Martial Academy is no pushover." Humph. Do they think they can control the entire Sky Martial continent just because they have the support of foreign powers? Another elder snorted coldly. Things aren't that bad. At least, before the internal strife ends, there won't be too big of a commotion. Headmaster Xian said in a deep voice. However, this won't take too long. At least 3 to 5 years, and at most 10 years. I'm afraid the results will be out. And if the other party succeeds, the Sky Martial continent will face a calamity, just like the current Tiannan region. Another elder frowned. Yes, if the other party succeeds, the Sky Martial continent's outcome will be similar to the Tiannan region, or even worse. This is also why we can't rashly help the Tiannan region. Currently, with our strength, we can't directly clash with the foreign powers. What about the Tiannan region? An elder asked. Just pay close attention. There's no need to act. We can provide them with some resources. Don't worry, the Tiannan region isn't so easy to deal with. The elders quickly discussed from Lin Xian's identity to the situation of the Tiannan region. It seemed that the Sky Martial continent wasn't as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. However, Lin Xian didn't know any of this. At this moment, he was already dumbfounded, staring blankly at the sky. Murong Qingqing was also stunned. Her delicate little face was filled with doubt. What does this mean? Lin Xian asked with a pale face. I think it's because we created history and caused the demon-slaying world's phenomenon, Murong Qingqing said. After all, she came from a king family, and her knowledge was extraordinary. Phenomenon? Lin Xian frowned. That means everyone saw this thing. It should be. Murong Qingqing laughed bitterly. Fuck! Hearing this news, Lin Xian jumped up. What was a gold demon beast? It was the overlord of the demon-slaying world. Furthermore, it contained an incomparably precious gold demon core. That was something that everyone would covet. Now, the news of him having a gold demon core had actually spread. Moreover, it was known to everyone. This caused him to fall into an extremely dangerous situation. One had to know that this thing didn't only attract Jiang Yan, Tang Er, and the others. Perhaps even Li Yin, Fei, Dugo Ao Tian, and the others would be tempted. If those people were to make a move, with Lin Xian's current state, he probably wouldn't be able to contend against them. Even if it wasn't those super experts, other warriors would group up to find trouble with him. It would also give him a headache. Originally, he wanted to secretly hide the gold demon core and wait until the demon blood pool to take it out to shock the world. However, he didn't expect that the demon-slaying world would directly announce the news of him having a gold demon core. Damn it! Lin Xian's expression was ugly. He turned around and left. He was incomparably weak right now. He had to find a safe place to recover. Then, the two of them quickly left the area. At the same time, the entire demon-slaying world began to move. An extremely oppressive aura quickly spread. Countless forces moved out to search for Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. In the eyes of everyone, the two of them were more tempting than any demon beast lair. After all, the gold lair was a forbidden area. Ordinary people didn't dare to enter at all. However, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were different. According to the information they received, the two of them had snatched the gold demon core during the chaos. Therefore, as long as they could find Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, they believed that they would be able to snatch the gold demon core. For a time, all the teams in the demon-slaying world began to move. They swore to find Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. Chapter 971. This disappointed everyone. The demon slayer's world was very big. If the two of them really wanted to hide, they would not be able to find them without 10 days to half a month. If that was the case, then it would take too much time. They could not just find the two of them. They had to find other monster lairs to prepare for the monster blood pool. Therefore, they did not have much time left. For a time, many people decided to give up the search. Bang! When Lu Chong heard the news, he waved his fist angrily and blew up a mountain in front of him. Countless gravel splashed like a meteor shower falling around Lu Chong. Lu Chong's face was ferocious, and his whole body was emitting a terrifying aura. Damn thief, he's too cowardly. How dare he hide? Lu Chong was very angry. He had sent his men to quickly search for him these days. But no matter how hard he searched, there was no result. This drove him crazy. If he could not find Lin Xian, he could not get the golden monster core. Young Master Lu, I have a way to force him out, Wei Long said quickly. What way? Lu Chong raised his eyebrows. According to the information we have, Lin Xian is not acting alone. In his team, besides Murong Qingqing, Su Yu, Black-White Double Ghosts, and others. If they can team up with Lin Xian, they must have a special relationship. If we can catch those people, I think Lin Xian will definitely come out. Hearing this, Lu Chang's eyes lit up. Good idea. I'll leave this matter to you. Don't worry, young Master Lu. It will definitely succeed, Wei Long said, patting his chest. Next, Wei Long left with some elite disciples of the Spear God Society and began to catch the black-white double ghosts, Su Yu and others. In a remote valley, two figures were sitting cross-legged quietly. These two people were Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. They quickly left the area that day and came to this remote valley to meditate. They did not care about anything that happened in the outside world. Neither of them was injured, but they were exhausted, so they recovered after 2 days of recuperation. However, the two of them did not leave. Instead, they continued to stay in the valley. This battle had given them a lot of inspiration, especially Lin Xian. Cliff was currently undergoing a transformation. To be exact, his soul power had been greatly enhanced. Controlling the myriad beast cauldron had nearly exhausted his soul power, but this process had also tempered and improved his soul power. Originally, Lin Xian's soul force was equivalent to a Tier 5 alchemist, but now his soul force had risen to the level of a Tier 6 alchemist. He was even at the pinnacle of Tier 6 alchemists. Even a martial artist at the 5th heaven of the Venerable Realm might not necessarily have a stronger soul power than him. This was extremely good news to him. After all, after he entered the Exalt Realm, it wasn't just his body that had been tempered. Even his soul had been greatly nourished. The so-called martial soul actually contained the power of the soul. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate one's soul power. It would only increase naturally as one's cultivation base increased. Other than that, other ordinary venerable ones did not have any good solutions. However, Lin Xian was different. As an alchemist, his soul power was already strong to begin with. Moreover, he had a way to cultivate his soul power. Now, through the myriad beast cauldron, his soul power had greatly increased. As a result, although his cultivation base did not increase, his strength had increased by a lot. Moreover, his great dragon sword soul had also been nourished and became even stronger than before. As for alchemy, Lin Xian should be able to completely refine Tier 6 alchemy pills now. He could even attempt to refine Tier 7 alchemy pills. Tier 6 alchemy pills were already very precious, but Tier 7 alchemy pills were even rarer. Every single one of them was extremely valuable. It could be said that a Tier 7 alchemist status was extraordinary. As for Lin Xian, he was now very close to becoming a Tier 7 alchemist. This battle was too worth it. Not only did he obtain a gold demon core, but his strength had also increased. This made him feel very good. Lin Xian stood up and felt the increase in attack power of the great dragon sword soul. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Then he turned his head to the side. Beside him, there was an extremely beautiful figure. At this moment, Morong Qingqing also opened her eyes and revealed a faint smile. Looks like you've had a breakthrough. Lin Xian said with a smile. Yes, I've gained some insights. Morong Qingqing twirled her hair. Why do I feel like you've gained much more than me? She glared at Lin Xian, coquettishly. It's okay. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, We've been in this valley for quite some time now. Why don't we go out and have a look? I'll listen to you, Morong Qingqing said. Then the two of them soared into the sky and turned into 2 streams of light. They knew that if they stayed in this valley, no one would be able to discover them. This was a very safe choice for them. Moreover, the demon cores in their hands were enough. However, Lin Xian chose to leave because no matter how many demon cores he had to pass through the last guardian to enter the demon blood pool. If he couldn't pass through the guardian, then the precious golden demon cores in his hands would become a pile of useless stones. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it was outside, he had to pass through the last guardian. Lin Xian took out the map and identified the direction. Then he flew towards the north. There was a big canyon there. That was the place where they had agreed to meet with the twin ghosts of Black and White and Suyu. Half a day later, the two of them arrived at the top of the canyon. Then they swayed their bodies and landed below. At this moment, beside the canyon, there were 4 figures waiting anxiously. Suddenly, they heard the sound of something breaking through the air above them and immediately looked up. When they saw Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng, Suyu and the rest exclaimed in joy. "Junior brother Lin, junior sister Murong, you're fine." "That's great." Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. The other 3 were also excited. They had also seen the golden flashing words in the sky and knew that Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng had killed a golden demon beast. In their eyes, this was a miracle. However, while Suyu and the rest were excited, there was also a trace of worry on their faces. Lin Xian looked around and didn't see the twin ghosts of Black and White. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? Did those 2 go out to rob again?" "Junior brother Lin." Suyu and the rest looked like they wanted to say something, but stopped. "What's wrong?" Seeing their expressions, Lin Xian frowned. "Senior sister Su, we're all on the same side. If you have something to say, just say it," Murong Qingcheng said. "The twin ghosts of Black and White might be in danger," Suyu said worriedly. "What happened?" "Senior sister Su, tell us in detail." Chapter 972. It's like this. The news of the 2 of you killing a gold-ranked beast has spread throughout the monster-slaying world. Everyone knows that you have a gold-ranked demon core. Moreover, after the Hidden Dragon Society spread rumors, everyone thinks that the 2 of you snatched the gold-ranked demon core during the chaos. So, countless forces wanted to find the 2 of you and take the gold-ranked demon core from you. However, they searched for many days and couldn't find you. Many people gave up. However, at this time, a force called the Spear Society started hunting us and the Black-White double ghosts. They probably heard some news and wanted to catch us and force you out. The Black-White double ghosts led them away to protect us. It's been more than a day. I don't know what's going on with them. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. Murong Qingcheng's face also turned cold. What kind of force is this Spear Society? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. This was because he didn't remember having any interactions with the Spear Society. The Spear Society is an organization founded by Lu Chang, who is ranked 4th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Lu Chang. Lin Xian frowned. Then he remembered that before the monster-slaying conference started, a guy with a blood-red spear had caused trouble for him. He wasn't in the academy at that time. That person had injured Dongfang Xiong and the others and left. He didn't expect that person to appear again. Lu Chang, right? Let's settle old and new grudges together. Lin Xian clenched his fists. A sharp sword light flashed in his eyes. Lu Chang had hurt the people around him more than once and had crossed his bottom line. Therefore, he didn't plan to let him go this time. Lin Xian didn't expect that someone would capture the people around him to threaten him. This had crossed his bottom line. Therefore, he wouldn't let this matter rest. "Do you know where they went?" Lin Xian asked. He was worried. Since the other party dared to capture the Black-White double ghosts, it meant that they had the confidence to do so. Therefore, he had to find the Black-White double ghosts as soon as possible. At that time, they ran east. As for what happened after that, I don't know, Suyu said. After they had separated from the Black-White double ghosts, they had been waiting in the canyon, so they were not very clear about what had happened outside. "Don't worry, we'll just head east to search," Lin Xian comforted. Then, they quickly got up and flew toward the east. Along the way, they passed by a stronghold. Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng did not enter, while Suyu and the others went in to quickly gather information. Not long after, they came out. "How is it? Did you hear anything useful?" Lin Xian asked. "Yes, I found the Black-White double demons. They are trapped in the White Bone Mountain." Suyu and the others had a strange look on their faces. "White Bone Mountain. Do you know the location? Let's hurry over." "We know where they are, but things have changed," Suyu said. The black and white double ghosts have injured their pursuers, but they didn't leave. Instead, they openly challenged Lu Chang. Now, many people know about this, and many martial artists are flying toward the White Bone Mountain. Hearing this, Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. These two guys were really bold. However, after these days of interaction, he knew the black and white double ghosts' way of doing things. They were not people who would take any losses. After being chased for so long, they must be very angry, so it was reasonable for them to challenge Lu Chang. It seemed that these two guys would be fine for the time being. Lin Xian and the others were relieved. Junior brother Lin, I think you shouldn't go. After all, they caught us to lure you out. The battle between the black and white double ghosts and Lu Chang will definitely attract a lot of people. If you go, I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. Don't worry, senior sister Sue. We can even kill a golden demon beast. Why should we be afraid of those people? Lin Xian smiled. To be honest, he was not very worried now, because he was not afraid of those people before, and now that his strength had increased again, he was even less worried. If someone is stupid, I'll let him know how I got my golden demon core. Suyu and the others smiled bitterly. She realized that the people around her were not people who would take any losses. But she also knew that Lin Xian had the right to say such words. Moreover, the people from the Spear God Society were really too much. If it were not for her strength, she would have taught them a lesson. Then the group went on their way and flew toward the White Bone Mountain. The White Bone Mountain was a very famous mountain in the demon-slaying world. Because it was made of white bones, the huge white bones were more terrifying and spectacular than real boulders. There was a rumor that the White Bone Mountain was actually the corpse of a demon beast. However, not many people believed it because the White Bone Mountain was too high. It was thousands of feet high, and it was a continuous mountain range. If it was really the corpse of a demon beast, then the demon beast was too terrifying. A demon beast that was thousands of feet high. What kind of demon beast would it be? No one had ever heard of it. However, this did not affect the reputation of the White Bone Mountain at all, because the final demon blood pool was behind the White Bone Mountain. Moreover, the rumored 3 gatekeepers were also in the White Bone Mountain. However, the 3 gatekeepers should be in the depths of the White Bone Mountain. At least those who were on the 3rd leg would not have the chance to see them. Usually, the White Bone Mountain was surrounded by ghosts and the demon aura was thick. There were not many people, but now it was very lively. At that moment, countless warriors were heading toward the White Bone Mountain, and they were all very excited. In the belly of the mountain, there was a vast area that looked like a flat plain. This was also the place with the most number of cultivators. In the middle of the flat area stood 2 figures, one black and one white. They were the black-white double ghosts. Opposite them was a man with a blood-red spear on his back, and he was sitting cross-legged. He was surrounded by a group of warriors from the Spear God Society, and all of them looked serious. Outside, there were other warriors who had come to watch. The warriors looked at the scene and discussed animatedly, and they were very excited. The black-white double ghosts were very famous, and there was no one who did not know them. Lu Chang was even more impressive. As a super expert who ranked 4th on the Mystic Sovereign list, he was very powerful. The battle between the 2 of them could be said to have attracted everyone's attention. In an instant, all kinds of discussions broke out, and everyone was talking about the upcoming battle. Although the black-white double ghosts are powerful, they are overestimating themselves to challenge Lu Chang. What do you know? Back then, they dared to challenge Li Yunfei before they went into seclusion. Now that they have come out of seclusion, what's the fuss about challenging Lu Chang? Chapter 973. Just as these people were discussing, the double ghosts of black and white snorted. Lu, are you going to fight or not? Black Saw snorted. You're so slow, just like a woman. The white demon also shouted, That's right. You've been here for so long, but you're just sitting there. Tell me if you're going to fight or not. Hearing this, Lu Chang slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Then he said calmly, No hurry, wait a little longer. He sneered. He would not fight until he saw the person he wanted to see. Seeing this, the black demon was also angry. He shouted, "Lu, don't think that I don't know what you're planning." "That's right. Didn't you capture us to lure Lin Xian out?" The white demon also shouted. "However, I suspect that there's something wrong with your brain. Lin Xian can even kill a gold-tier beast. You dare to provoke someone like that? Aren't you looking for death? Kill a gold-tier beast." Lu Chang sneered disdainfully. "He's just a kid who took advantage of the chaos. What's so great about him? If he dares to come, I'll kill him with my spear." His eyes flashed coldly and he sneered. "Since you know why I'm here, that's great. If you know where that kid is hiding, you'd better tell me. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. At least, before that kid appears, I won't let you die so easily." Lu Chang's voice was ferocious. "Stop bragging. It's not too late to say these words. After you capture us." The double ghosts of black and white did not back down. In an instant, the two forces confronted each other and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The surrounding martial artists exclaimed. They did not expect that Lu Chang was chasing the double ghosts of black and white to lure Lin Xian out. Most of the people here had participated in the mission to find Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian hid very well. They could not find him after a few days, so they gave up. However, they did not expect that Lu Chang would not give up. Instead, he thought of another way to lure Lin Xian out. However, their eyes soon became heated. If nothing unexpected happened, the battle between the double ghosts of black and white and Lu Chang would begin here. In other words, Lin Xian could appear here at any time. Thinking of this, they became excited. That was because Lin Xian had a gold demon core, which was an extremely precious item. There was probably only one in the entire demon-slaying world that was in the hands of a human. For a time, countless warriors were excited. Although they might not be able to defeat Lin Xian, it was not certain in the chaos. There were two figures standing on top of the mountain in the distance. They were like gods and demons as they looked down. On the other side, a handsome young man said with his hands behind his back. Their strength has increased a lot after coming out of seclusion this time. However, it seems that they are still no match for Lu Chang. The two people who spoke were Dugu Outyin and Li Yunfei. The battle had attracted the two of them. However, they did not appear in the middle of the mountain like the others. Instead, they came to the high peak. Looking down from here, he could see everything below. Lu Chang is indeed much stronger, judging by his vitality. He must have mastered the Furious Dragon Spear technique. However, it seems that it is still not enough to deal with the gatekeeper. Dugu Outyin said in a deep voice. Li Yunfei also sighed. He did not know what Red Buddha was doing. He did not even participate in the demon-slaying conference this time. Originally, with his strength as the third on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, he should be able to fight against a gatekeeper. However, he did not appear. Could it be that Lu Chang is really going to be the third person to defend the pass? Li Yunfei frowned slightly. The gatekeeper's challenge was related to whether they could enter the final demon blood pool. There could not be any mistakes. Lu Chang is a little reluctant. If it doesn't work out, let him and Chi Hao fight against the third gatekeeper together. Although it won't be a perfect pass, it's still much better than failing. A perfect pass meant that they would be able to obtain the most benefits from the demon blood pool. However, if there were more gatekeepers, the benefits would be reduced. Therefore, a 3-on-3 was the most ideal choice. However, if it did not work out, they could only go 4-on-3. Actually, there is another choice, Dugu Outyin said. You mean Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng. Li Yunfei frowned. I know that you have some conflicts with that kid. However, I have to admit that both of them are strong. At the very least, they were able to kill a gold-colored beast. I think they must have some trump cards up their sleeves. I think that Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing have a higher chance of fighting against the last gatekeeper than Lu Chang and the others." Hearing that, Li Yunfei raised his eyebrows. His eyes were filled with surprise. He did not expect De Goutian to have such a high opinion of Lin Xian. However, when he mentioned Lin Xian, he did feel a little uncomfortable. Before the monster-slaying conference, he did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. He thought that Lin Xian was just an ant who wanted to get close to Morong Qingqing to gain some benefits. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would be able to kill a gold-colored beast in such a short time. Moreover, it was recorded in the history of the monster-slaying world. The difference between before and after was just too great. Even he was shocked when he found out. Let's wait and see. Li Yunfei took a deep breath. In any case, the purpose of this battle is to lure that kid out. I reckon that it won't be long before Lin Xian and Lu Chang fight. At that time, whoever wins will take on the mission of fighting the third guardian. All right, De Goutian nodded. The two of them did not say anything else and looked down again. Below, the black-white double ghosts could not take it anymore. The two of them roared angrily and their auras exploded. Two extremely powerful forces surged out and quickly swept out in all directions. Instantly, the surrounding people cried out in surprise and kept retreating. Their eyes were filled with shock. As expected of the black-white double ghosts, they are indeed ferocious. Judging by their auras, they probably have the strength of the top 10 on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. They are too powerful. No wonder they dared to challenge Lu Chang. Their auras are not bad. Indeed, they are qualified to enter the top 10 on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. However, you have no chance of winning against me. Lu Chang sneered disdainfully. Then he slowly stood up. Chapter 974. So powerful! The surrounding warriors trembled and quickly retreated. The aura was so powerful that it made it difficult for them to breathe. The spiritual power in their bodies seemed to have solidified. The black-white double ghosts were also shocked. They did not expect Lu Chang's aura to be so powerful. It seemed that he had improved greatly during this period of time. Although they were shocked, they were not afraid. They even dared to challenge Li Yunfei, let alone Lu Chang, who was ranked 4th. With a roar, the black-white double ghosts fought back with all their might. Black chi gushed out of the black demon's body and formed a black moon behind him. The white demon shouted, and a white silk snake quickly formed beside her. It was ferocious and terrifying. Then, the two of them launched 2 attacks at the willow spear. A 300-meter-long crescent-shaped sword chi suddenly slashed down from the sky with unparalleled power. It was extremely sharp. The white demon waved her hand and her spiritual power surged. Her body emitted a white light and palm shadows danced in the air like white spiritual snakes. The black-white double ghosts attacked together and charged toward Lu Chang with terrifying attacks. Humph, you're just an ant. How dare you compete with the sun and moon? Lu Chang smiled disdainfully and pulled out the crimson spear from his back. The moment he held the spear, endless crimson light gushed out of his body. It was like thousands of crimson rainbows that rushed in all directions. Then Lu Chang raised the crimson spear and stabbed it out. The spear was like a stunning rainbow and was as fast as crimson lightning. It was extremely sharp. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided with a shocking sound. Endless light flashed and formed a rain of light that fell quickly. After the attack, the black-white double ghosts turned pale and took 3 steps back. Their eyes were filled with shock. Lu Chang stood with his spear like a rock. There was obvious disdain on his face. So powerful. This aura is definitely not that of an ordinary level 3 honorable. Many people exclaimed, "Is this the power of the 4th on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard?" Jiang Yan looked at Lu Chang in front of him and said in a serious tone. On the other side, Chi Hao frowned. This guy's strength has increased again. How is that possible? He was too shocked. As the fifth on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard, he often fought with Lu Chang. Therefore, he was very clear about Lu Chang's strength. In the past, Lu Chang was not as strong as he was now. This fellow is too terrifying. Chi How felt his scalp go numb. The twin ghosts of black and white were even more shocked. Their arms were numb, and the immense power caused their blood to churn. Their eyes were filled with shock. Although they had the combat strength of the top 10 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, they had not been able to withstand the blow and had almost vomited blood. The gap between them was too big. Thinking of this, their eyes were filled with fury, and their entire being became extremely ferocious. They couldn't bear it. They couldn't accept this fact. It had to be known that their final goal after leaving seclusion was Li Yunfei. However, they couldn't even defeat the fourth-ranked Lu Chang. How could they challenge Li Yunfei? The two of them looked at each other, and then the aura in their bodies began to become strange. I don't believe that you can take this move of ours. Black Fiend gritted his teeth and said, Use whatever moves you have. Don't worry, I won't kill you, at least not before that brat comes. Lu Chang's voice was cold as he looked down at the two of them. The twin ghosts of black and white did not say anything else. Instead, they quickly circulated the spiritual power in their bodies. In the next moment, the two of them did not hesitate and quickly summoned their martial souls. Balls of black aura surged out of Black Fiend's body and merged with the black moon. The white phosphorus serpent beside the white fiend also became more solid. It was lifelike, like a real demon king. In the next moment, the two of them shouted and quickly connected. The black and white aura in their bodies merged and formed a yin-yang diagram. Suddenly, an even more terrifying power was released. You have such a move? Your power has indeed increased, but it's still useless against me. Lu Chang sneered. Whether it's useful or not, you'll find out soon enough. Black Fiend snorted, then shouted, Merge! Following this, the two of them quickly collided and released endless black and white light. The black and white light was so blinding that everyone could not help but close their eyes. It was impossible to see what was going on inside. However, judging from the fluctuations of the aura, the two of them must have used their ultimate moves. This was because the aura that the two of them were releasing was no weaker than Lu Chang's. Soon, the black and white aura disappeared as everyone watched. Then, a huge object appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at the figure in front of them, everyone was stunned. How is this possible? How did they do it? Everyone was shocked, and disbelief was written all over their faces. Even Lu Chang was shocked, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Martial soul fusion? They can actually fuse their martial souls. Lu Chang was indeed shocked because the fusion of their martial souls had formed a black and white dragon. The surrounding warriors were even more shocked, and their eyes almost popped out. Martial soul fusion. They had never seen such a move before. Moreover, this move must be very terrifying because the white-scaled snake had turned into a dragon, and its strength should have increased by a lot. As expected of the black-white double demons, they can even think of such a fierce move. No wonder they dared to challenge Lu Chang. This martial soul fusion technique can maximize the strength of both of them. I think his strength is not much weaker than Lu Chang's. Many people were discussing and were extremely excited. Lu Chang recovered from his initial shock. He looked at the black and white dragon and sneered. Transforming a snake into a dragon, it is indeed a good move. However, you have challenged the wrong person. No matter how powerful you are still a dragon. How can you compare to a real dragon? Lu Chang said coldly with a trace of fierceness in his voice. In the next moment, Ah clenched his blood-red spear, and a scarlet light emerged from his body. Strange runes appeared on the long spear, emitting a sharp aura. Lu Chang also shouted angrily, Angry Dragon Spear Technique. The spear stabbed out like an angry dragon. The terrifying spear light turned into a blood-red dragon and roared in the air. On the opposite side, the black-white double demons also shouted and jointly controlled the black and white dragon in the sky to spiral down. Rumble. In the end, the two attacks collided and a terrifying vibration sounded. The whole world was shaking. The huge white bone mountain shook as if it would collapse at any time. Terrifying spiritual power spread in all directions and blasted the surrounding warriors away. This attack was too terrifying as if it could destroy the world. Chapter 975. In front of them, the black and white dragon became dim and weak, as if it would dissipate at any time. On the other hand, the crimson dragon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was extremely ferocious and could tear everything apart. Seeing this, everyone knew that the black-white double ghosts had lost. Although their martial soul fusion was strange and powerful, Lu Chang was even more powerful. His raging dragon spear technique had reached the greater success stage and was extremely powerful. When the spear stabbed out, it was like a crimson dragon. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the crimson dragon roared and blasted the black and white dragon away. Then it pounced on the black-white double ghosts in an even more ferocious manner. In an instant, the crimson spear arrived in front of the black-white double ghosts and was about to stab them. If the spear stabbed them, the black-white double ghosts would definitely be teleported out of the monster-slaying world. Many people exclaimed. They did not expect the black-white double ghosts to be so powerful. In the end, they were still defeated. Not only that, they might even bid farewell to the monster-slaying world. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. Then, a purple light curtain appeared beside the black-white double ghosts and completely enveloped them. Not only that, but there was also a sword chi in the void. It was like a shocking rainbow that slashed toward the crimson dragon. Boom! The two collided again, making a deafening sound. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. Fortunately, the black-white double ghost had the purple light curtain as a defense, blocking all the energy impact. As for the incomparably powerful blood-colored dragon, it was also blocked by the mysterious sword chi. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They thought that the black-white double ghosts would leave the monster-slaying world completely. However, at the last moment, there was a shocking reversal. The black-white double ghosts were pale. Looking at the scene in front of them, they heaved a sigh of relief. Damn, brat, you're finally here. But you shouldn't have come. They naturally knew who had attacked. There was only one person who could unleash such a powerful sword chi. Although they were happy, they were also worried. Lu Chang was also shocked. His eyes were cold as he stared the void and said coldly, "You dare to show up? How audacious! Didn't you do so much to lure me out? Now that I'm here, come at me." A low voice with a hint of coldness was heard. "Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian." Hearing this voice, someone exclaimed, "What? Lin Xian? He actually dared to come out. Doesn't he know that Lu Chang is doing this to capture him? That's too stupid. Isn't doing that tantamount to sending a sheep into a tiger's den?" Not necessarily. Just now, he managed to block the willow spear's attack. Maybe he has the strength to contend against the willow spear. Everyone was discussing animatedly, but without exception, they were all very excited. Above the clouds, at the peak of the mountain, Degu Outyen and Li Yunfei narrowed their eyes and said in a low voice, "He's finally here. Let me see if you're qualified to challenge the third keeper." Degu Outyen and Li Yunfei's hearts were also focused, because this battle was related to who would be able to challenge the last guardian. Below, the void rippled, and two figures quickly appeared. They were Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. The moment Lin Xian appeared, the surrounding martial artists all held their breaths, their eyes blazing with a fiery light. Numerous greedy gazes looked towards the sky. One had to know that Lin Xian had a golden demonic core in his hands. Although everyone was excited, no one dared to make a move because Lin Xian's attack was too terrifying. Other than Lu Chang, no one would be able to block it. However, they were not completely without a chance. As long as Lin Xian and Lu Chang fought, they might be injured in the end. As long as the situation became chaotic, they could make a move. Therefore, everyone suppressed the excitement in their hearts and waited patiently. At the same time, they also wanted to know if Lin Xian really had the strength to contend against Lu Chang. In the crowd, when Jiang Yan saw Lin Xian's figure, he immediately snorted coldly and his face darkened. It was because of that despicable brat that their hidden dragon society lost more than 10 elite disciples, and even Tang Er was chased out of the demon-slaying realm. Moreover, he had to escape in a sorry state, so he would definitely take revenge. Brat, you've finally come out. I've been looking for you for a long time. Lu Chang stared at Lin Xian and sneered. But you're really stupid. You were forced out by such a small trick. How boring. You think too much. I'm not here because of your trick. Lin Xian said coldly, You dared to attack the people around me twice. Do you think I let you go? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was too domineering. Being forced out and taking the initiative to take revenge were two different things. The former was forced out and had no choice but to come out. The latter was done because he was confident and had the strength to do so. Obviously, Lin Xian was here to take revenge. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Chang's face darkened. He said coldly, You're indeed a sharp-tongued brat. However, no matter what you say, it won't change the fact that you'll be defeated by me. If you obediently hand over the Golden Demon Core and the Lone Star Sword, I'll give you a quick death. Cut the crap. Lin Xian interrupted. I won't give you a chance to beg for mercy. With that, he pulled out the Lone Star Sword. The sword vibrated and countless sword shadows appeared, filling the entire sky and emitting a terrifying light. A shocking sword aura shot up and pierced through the clouds. At this moment, Lin Xian was as cold as ever. He was indeed angry. Lu Chang's actions made him feel ashamed and angry. Therefore, he did not intend to hold back in this battle. Feeling the sharp sword aura from Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing also wanted to retreat with the twin ghosts of Black and White and Suyu. The twin ghosts of Black and White clutched their chests and said with difficulty, Let that brat deal with Lu Chang alone. Why don't you go and help him? Don't worry, he can do it. Murong Qingqing smiled. On the other hand, Lu Chang's face darkened completely. A newborn, and dared to draw his sword at him. This was a complete provocation. Moreover, as young Master Ling Feng's subordinate, he would not let Lin Xian go. Therefore, no matter what, Lin Xian must die today. Die, brat. Lu Chang gripped his blood-red spear tightly and stabbed it out. This spear was extremely sharp. The terrifying spear radiance pierced through the sky and lit up the entire sky. The clouds in all directions were scattered, and a huge crack appeared in the sky. It was a shocking sight. Everyone was incomparably terrified and dumbstruck. Just how much power did one need to be able to pierce through the heavens with a single spear? At this moment, Lu Chang had completely exploded. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was strong like a real dragon. His body was emitting a blood-red radiance that was extremely hot. A pair of strong hands gripped the blood-red spear tightly and stabbed it out quickly. One had to admit that Lu Chang was too powerful. He was far beyond Jiang Yan, Tang Er, and the rest. This was a true super powerhouse. Chapter 976. Die, brat. You dared to touch my friend and angered me. So you'll be the one to die. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He held the Lone Star Sword tightly and slashed out fearlessly. Boom! A terrifying collision sound was heard as the entire space exploded. The blood-red spear light and sharp sword chi were everywhere in the void, as if the world was about to be destroyed. The entire sky was enveloped by these lights, which spread for hundreds of miles. He's not dead. Lu Chang was surprised. He realized that Lin Xian had not been assassinated and that powerful aura was still there. This surprised him. One had to know that the power of his spear was extremely terrifying. A third heaven venerable realm martial artist could not withstand it at all. However, Lin Xian was able to withstand it. This surprised him greatly. Lin Xian was also slightly moved. Although Lin Xian was arrogant and detestable, he had to admit that he was indeed powerful. The power of the spear was too terrifying. It was as if a true dragon was continuously attacking. There was also a trace of terrifying, destructive aura in it. With a flash of light, Lin Xian and Lu Chang's figures appeared in front of everyone again. What? He's fine. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to withstand such a stunning spear attack. It could be said that Lin Xian's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Chang snorted coldly. You do have some ability. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. But let's see how many spears you can take. Lu Chang's entire body was emitting a terrifying aura. There was a blood-red glow in his eyes as he opened and closed them. The aura on his body was too powerful. He was like a god of war and was unstoppable. With a long roar, he attacked again with his spear. Furious Dragon Spear Technique. Lu Chang held the blood-red spear and swung it. His entire body emitted a blood-red glow. Streaks of shocking spear light flashed. It was as if a mountain was being split open and the sky was being torn apart. The momentum was astonishing. In the end, countless spear lights converged into one and shook the entire space. Lin Xian's expression was cold. There was a sharp sword light flashing in his eyes. Terrifying sword qi also surrounded his body. The great dragon sword soul within his body surged, providing him with the most powerful combat strength. A shocking sword qi tore through the sky and quickly slashed down. It was like a bolt of lightning descending from the sky, causing everyone's ears to ring and unable to stand steadily. The sword light was like the 9 heavens' thunder tribulation. It was so terrifying that the entire Whitebone Mountain was trembling. Everyone was shocked, and their faces were incomparably pale. No matter what, even if Lin Xian was defeated in the end, it was still enough to shock the world. That was because he was simply too powerful, especially that sword. Its attack power was astonishing, as if it could split the world apart. Terrifying energy surged, drowning the entire sky. After the violent explosion, 2 figures quickly retreated, standing on opposite sides. Everyone looked up at the sky, and their hearts trembled violently. Neither of them was injured, and their auras were getting stronger and stronger. They could not help but be shocked. Lu Chang was a super strong cultivator ranked 4th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Everyone could understand why he was not injured. However, Lin Xian, a freshman, was actually unharmed. This made them extremely shocked. That lad must have used some kind of powerful defensive technique. Otherwise, he would not have been able to block such a powerful energy attack. Everyone was amazed. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. Lin Xian was too powerful, and his attack power was terrifying. It would be difficult for others to snatch the golden demonic core from him. At the moment, Lu Chang was probably the only one with hope. I was wondering what it was. It turns out that you've used some kind of defensive secret technique. However, so what if your defense is strong? My attack power is not something you can imagine. Lu Chang's voice was cold, and his eyes were burning with anger. Actually, he was not as calm as he looked. That was because he had tied with his opponent in both attacks. If his opponent was a super strong cultivator ranked 3rd on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, then it would be fine. However, his opponent was not. He was just a freshman. He could not accept that. Therefore, he did not plan to hold back and was prepared to attack with all his might. Lad, I've had enough fun. When you're transported out of the demon-slaying world, I'll take the treasures from you. Now you can die safely. Then Lu Chang took a step forward and looked down at Lin Xian like a god of war. Above his head, an endless amount of blood-red chi surged and quickly condensed into the shadow of a blood-red spear. In the next moment, a shocking power was released. It was as if it could split mountains and rivers and crush everything. Martial soul. This is the power of a martial soul. Lu Chang had summoned his martial soul. It looked like he was going to finish off his opponent in one move. Indeed, the shadow of the blood-red spear was Lu Chang's martial soul. Although they had tied, Lu Chang had decided not to waste any more time with his opponent. After all, the longer he dragged it out, the more embarrassed he would be. He had to use his strongest attack to kill his opponent. Only then would it be in line with his reputation. As the blood-red spear martial soul condensed, streaks of blood-red spear radiance shot into the sky, connecting heaven and earth. In an instant, the entire sky was blood-red. It was boundless. In the next moment, his martial soul merged with the spear in his hand and released a dazzling light. It was like a blood-red sun that was extremely dazzling. Lu Chang's black hair fluttered in the wind. Every move he made had an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers and crush everything. He was like a deity that wanted to crush Lin Xian in an extremely domineering manner. The surrounding martial artists trembled and could not help but want to kneel down. In their eyes, Lu Chang was like a god of war. He was unstoppable. His aura made them tremble from the depths of their hearts. You want to finish me in one move? Very well, as you wish. Lin Xian's voice was cold. The great dragon sword soul in his body erupted again. An extremely sharp aura filled his body. In front of him, an ice lotus rotated and released a terrifying icy power. It was vast and mighty, as if it was going to freeze the entire Whitebone Mountain. Then, under Lin Xian's control, the ice lotus covered the Lone Star sword, causing it to emit a cold aura. It was as if it was a sword of ice. Lin Xian moved quickly in the void and rushed toward Lu Chang. Waves of bone-chilling ice energy quickly bloomed. An extremely powerful, great dragon sword soul was also contained within. Bang! The two of them collided and an earth-shattering battle broke out. Countless rays of light scattered in all directions. At this moment, everyone's hearts trembled. Lin Xian was too powerful. He was like a peerless sword immortal. He was extremely sharp and actually forced Lu Chang to retreat. Die, brat! Lu Chang was completely enraged. He had already released his martial soul and used his most powerful attack. He originally thought that he could kill Lin Xian with one move. However, he did not expect that he would be forced to retreat. This made him feel like he was going crazy. He could not take it anymore. He decisively used a killing move of the Angry Dragon Spear art, wanting to kill Lin Xian. Angry Dragon Spear art. Dragon soaring 9 heavens. Chapter 977. In the next moment, as the crimson spear in his hand pierced out, the huge dragon shadow also roared and rushed forward. Let's end this. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He was like a sword god as he slashed out a sword chi that pierced through the entire heaven and earth, rushing forward quickly. Wherever the sword chi passed, the void would be sliced apart. A terrifying sword scar would appear on the ground, extending into the distance. In the void, the crimson dragon was also cut in half by the sword. The huge corpse split open in the air, causing countless airwaves. However, it was not over yet. The shocking sword chi instantly arrived in front of Lu Chang and enveloped him. Block it! Lu Chang roared. The crimson light around his body condensed into a huge defensive light shield that enveloped his body and resisted the sword chi. Bang! It was as if 2 huge mountains had collided. A terrifying sound rang out in the surroundings. Then Lu Chang flew backward like a meteorite. He smashed more than 10 mountains in a row before his body stopped and landed in a pile of rubble. What? Lu Chang lost? Everyone was stunned as they stared blankly at the scene. They could not believe it. Jiang Yan and the others' pupils shrank as their minds went blank. That was Lu Chang, a super expert who was ranked 4th. However, he had lost to Lin Xian. Everyone was shocked when Lu Chang was sent flying by the sword. Even De Guotian and Li Yunfei on the mountain peak were surprised. They knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but they did not expect him to be so powerful that he could defeat Lu Chang. In other words, his strength was above Lu Chang's. No wonder he could kill a golden beast. This kid's strength was not bad. De Guotian smirked. The stronger the opponent was, the higher their chances of winning against the gatekeeper. Li Yunfei's expression was not good. He did not want Lin Xian to win. After all, he had warned Lin Xian before, and they were somewhat hostile. At that time, he did not take Lin Xian seriously. He thought that the gap between them was like heaven and earth, and that Lin Xian would never be able to catch up with him. However, he did not expect that the other party would improve so quickly that he could already defeat Lu Chang. Judging from the strength that he had displayed, Lin Xian could already enter the top 3 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. However, although he didn't believe it, the truth was right in front of him. In the ruins below, Lu Chang stood up with great difficulty. The armor on his chest had been shattered long ago, and countless cracks had spread all over it. His eyes were filled with terror. Impossible, I won't lose. How could I lose to him? Lu Chang shook his head frantically. He could not accept this reality. He was a super strong fighter ranked 4th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. How could he lose to a new student? Furthermore, he had prepared too much for this demon-slaying conference. Originally, he had thought that his current strength was enough to squeeze into the top 3 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. He had not expected to be defeated here. I don't believe it. I won't lose. Lu Chang roared at the sky with a crazed expression. But very quickly his voice abruptly stopped, as if someone was strangling him. It was extremely strange. This was because Lin Xian's figure had suddenly appeared in front of him. An ice-cold sword was pressed against his throat. If he dared to scream again, he believed that the long sword would definitely pierce his body in an instant. Lu Chang trembled when he felt the cold aura from the sword. Fear rose in his heart. What are you trying to do? He suppressed the fear in his heart. He could not help but be afraid now. The sword earlier had already severely injured him. Now, the other party was pressing a long sword against his vitals. If he did not handle this well, he might be killed and teleported out of the demon-slaying world. If that happened, things would get out of hand. He had prepared a lot for the demon-slaying conference. If he was teleported out now, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. Brett, I'm warning you. I'm Master Ling Feng's subordinate. You can't kill me. I can't kill you? Lin Xian sneered. Who do you think you are? I've already destroyed the Wanxiang auction, let alone you. Moreover, you can't blame others for your situation today. If you didn't cause trouble for me and threaten the people around me, I wouldn't even know who you are and wouldn't have fought with you. But you dug your own grave and attacked the people around me. You can't blame me for this. With that, Lin Xian's body emitted a murderous aura. The Lone Star, sword in his hand, quickly slashed down. No, Lu Chang was finally afraid. A deep sense of fear and unwillingness appeared in his eyes. He did not expect Lin Xian to ignore his identity and kill him directly. The surrounding crowd also exclaimed. They did not expect Lin Xian to actually attack. Many people even exclaimed, "Clang!" However, in the next moment, the sound of metal clashing rang out and shook the entire area. Lin Xian frowned and quickly retreated. A huge force collided with the Lone Star sword, causing it to deviate from its target. Hearing the explosion beside him, Lu Chang suddenly opened his eyes. He was ecstatic when he realized that he was not dead. The surrounding crowd also exclaimed. They did not expect the situation to change at the last moment. On the other hand, Lin Xian's brows were tightly furrowed as he quickly scanned the surroundings. In the next moment, he squinted his eyes. He discovered that 2 figures had appeared. Their bodies were emitting rays of light as they rapidly descended from the mountain. In the end, Their bodies swayed and appeared on the battlefield. Seeing the two of them, Lin Xian was slightly surprised. The surrounding crowd also exclaimed, "Dugu out Yen, Li Yunfei." They did not expect the two of them to appear at the last moment. One had to know that these two were the top disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy. Their fame was much greater than Lu Chang's. In the hearts of the crowd, Dugu Outyen and Li Yunfei were the true giants. "You've already won. Why do you have to kill him?" Li Yunfei coldly said. "All right, let Lu Chang apologize and let this matter pass. After all, his strength is not bad. In the final battle of the Demon Blood Pool, he might be of use," Dugu Outyen said. "Demon Blood Pool battle?" Hearing this, the crowd pricked up their ears. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Li Yunfei said in a low voice, "You all should know that this mountain of bones is the location of the final gatekeepers. On the 3 highest peaks, there are 3 gatekeepers. Only by defeating all 3 of them will we be able to pass through the mountain of bones and enter the demon blood pool at the end and obtain benefits. The fewer people we use to challenge the gatekeepers, the more benefits we will obtain in the demon blood pool. Logically speaking, one person challenging all the gatekeepers is the best situation. However, I'm sorry to tell everyone that this is impossible. This time, the gatekeepers are extremely powerful. Even if Dugu and I join forces, we won't be able to challenge them. Hence, the most ideal choice is to challenge 1 gatekeeper each. Originally, this matter should be taken up by the top 3 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. However, Red Buddha, who is ranked 3rd, did not participate in the demon slaying gathering this time. Chapter 978. Initially, we decided that Lu Chang would be our challenger. However, it seems like we'll have to change the challenger. Lin Xian, are you willing to be the 3rd challenger? Of course, if you're not willing, we won't force you. Lin Xian frowned slightly when he heard that. His eyes flickered. He had a conflict with Li Yunfei before, but now was not the time to settle their grudges. Joining forces against the 3 gatekeepers was the most important thing. However, he did not expect the final gatekeeper to be so powerful that even Dugu Outyen and Li Yunfei could not pass through him. Moreover, what surprised him even more was that the 3rd challenger, Slot, seemed to have fallen into his hands. Seeing that Lin Xian seemed to be hesitating, Dugu Outyen added, "Junior brother Lin, becoming a challenger is an honor and a form of affirmation. If you can accept the challenge and succeed, you'll be a great contributor to the entire academy." Contributor? Lin Xian shook his head slightly when he heard that. Then he asked, "Are there any substantial benefits?" He did not care about such an illusory title. He wanted to know that since there were challengers, there would definitely be additional rewards. Dugu Outyen said in a low voice, "If the challenger succeeds, he'll receive a golden demon core. Moreover, it's a real golden demon core, not the one that just evolved into a golden demon beast." Golden demon core. Everyone exclaimed when they heard that. Their eyes were burning with passion once again. They did not expect the challenger to receive such great benefits. Moreover, from Dugu Outyen's words, it seemed that the golden demon core was even better than the one in Lin Xian's hands. Everyone swallowed their saliva when they heard that. They did not expect the challenger's reward to be so good that it would be a golden demon core. Instantly, countless human kings looked at Lin Xian with envy. Lin Xian already had a golden demon core. If he could get another one, he would be invincible. However, envy was envy. They did not dare to have any ideas. After all, even the powerful Lu Chang had been defeated. In their opinion, Lin Xian definitely had the strength to be in the top 3 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Otherwise, Dugu Outyen and Li Yunfei would not have invited him to be the 3rd challenger. Ordinary warriors only dared to be envious, but Jiang Yan and the others were burning with jealousy. That was a gold demon core. It was something that countless people dreamed of, especially Qi Hao. Even his breathing had become extremely rapid. His eyes were completely red, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He clenched his fists 3 times, but finally put them down. There was nothing he could do. Although he was jealous, he was no match for Lin Xian. However, at this moment, a sharp voice rang out. What? He will be the 3rd challenger. Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads and looked over. Then, a strange look appeared on their faces. This was because they realized that the person who spoke was none other than the heavily injured Lu Chang. What is Lu Chang doing? Didn't he already lose? That's right. Although he's strong, he's no match for Lin Xian right now. There's no way he'll be able to obtain the 3 challenge slots. I guess he's not satisfied. After all, it's a gold demon core. It's extremely precious. Lu Chang was indeed jealous. In fact, he was extremely jealous. He gritted his teeth and said, I was careless just now. I still have a few trump cards that I haven't used yet. If I use them, I'll definitely win. Hearing this, Li Yunfei was expressionless, but Dugu Outyin frowned. When Lin Xian heard this, he sneered. You want to fight for the 3rd challenge slot? There was a hint of mockery in his voice. Of course. I was careless just now. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't have one. Lu Chang gritted his teeth and said shamelessly, I advise you to give up. Lin Xian shrugged. That's not up to you. Lu Chang snorted coldly and looked at Li Yunfei with his hand on his chest. Lin Xian ignored his little actions and continued to say coldly, because you'll be leaving the demon-slaying world soon. At the end of his sentence, a blood-red light suddenly surged out of his body. It carried a thick blood qi and swept across the entire area. This blood-red aura was extremely powerful, much more powerful than Lu Chang's. In the next moment, a blood-red long sword appeared in Lin Xian's left hand. It was suffused with a blood-red light as if it was a bloodthirsty demon. The blood-red long sword stabbed out and instantly pierced into Lu Chang's body. Immediately, blood spurted out and covered the entire area. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to suddenly make a move. Moreover, it was a heavy blow. Even Dugu Outyin and Li Yunfei were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to attack in front of them. However, Dugu Outyin was still fine. He was originally somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Chang's request. After all, Lin Xian had already won and already had the 3rd challenge slot. However, Lu Chang still wanted to challenge again. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Li Yunfei's face darkened. Originally, he wanted to give Lu Chang a chance. If he really had a trump card that he hadn't used, he might be able to defeat Lin Xian. However, before he could speak, Lin Xian beat him to it and seriously injured Lu Chang. It was so fast that even he couldn't react. You. Lu Chang's body trembled. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. The spiritual energy in his body was quickly drained. In the end, his body turned into a white light and disappeared from the demon-slaying world. No matter how hard he tried, he still left the demon-slaying world in the end. At the last moment, he probably didn't expect that he would leave in such a way. The scene was silent for a moment. Everyone fell into a daze. The people of the Spear God Society were all stunned. They looked at Lin Xian with a face full of horror. Wei Long's body trembled, and he almost wet himself. Lin Xian shrugged. You don't really think that this guy has any trump cards, do you? Even if he does, he's not my opponent. Even so, you shouldn't have sent him out of the demon-slaying world, right? Li Yunfei's voice carried a trace of blame. Lin Xian also stopped smiling and said coldly, I think you've forgotten that he's my enemy. I've never been soft-hearted when dealing with enemies. Hearing this, everyone was silent and their hearts trembled. Indeed, Lu Chang had desperately tried to capture Lin Xian's companions. He had even tried to kill Lin Xian many times. It could be said that there was an irreconcilable hatred between the two. Now that Lin Xian had sent him out of the demon-slaying world, no one would say anything. In the distance, Murong Qingqing also breathed a sigh of relief. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Great, junior brother Lin won. Su Yu and the others cheered. The black-white double ghosts were also excited. This guy is too strong. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to win. Moreover, it was a crushing victory. This was simply too unbelievable. After all, his opponent was not a weakling. He was a super powerhouse who ranked 4th. However, such a powerhouse was defeated by Lin Xian in the end and was even driven out of the demon-slaying world. Chapter 979. In the distance, a huge white mountain peak was faintly discernible in the clouds. He knew that there were 3 powerful enemies in the mountain who were the gatekeepers in their eyes. They had to defeat the 3 gatekeepers in order to pass through the White Bone Mountain and enter the demonic blood pool. Even though Lin Xian was now the 3rd challenger, it would not be easy for him to defeat the gatekeeper. Even De Guoyen and Li Yunfei did not have full confidence in defeating the gatekeepers. One could imagine how powerful the gatekeepers were. Murong Qingqin's eyes flickered as well, carrying a trace of worry. However, she did not suggest joining forces because she believed in Lin Xian. She believed that he could do it. In front, De Guoyen looked at Lin Xian. Although his gaze was calm, it contained a mysterious power as if he wanted to see through Lin Xian. Li Yunfei also looked at Lin Xian with a complicated expression. Lin Xian did not feel pressured by the gazes of these 2 influential figures. He asked, "Seniors, can you tell me more about the gatekeepers?" Only by knowing the enemy and oneself could one win 100 battles. Therefore, before the battle, he would think about what kind of existence his opponents were. These 3 gatekeepers are very special. They are not completely demonic beasts. To be exact, they are members of the demonic clan. Demonic clan. Lin Xian was shocked and his pupils shrank. He did not expect the gatekeepers to be members of the demonic clan. The demonic clan was a more powerful and noble existence than the demonic beasts. Not only did they have the strong physique of the demonic beasts, but they also had intelligence that was not inferior to humans. They could be said to be very powerful. Lin Xian did not expect the gatekeepers to be members of the demonic clan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian suppressed the shock in his heart and asked again, "What realm are they in?" "They are not weaker than the gold demonic beasts." Li Yunfei said, "Of course, the gold demonic beasts here are mature ones, not the ones you killed that had just advanced." Although they were all gold demonic beasts, the ones that had just advanced were still weaker. Lin Xian understood this point. Very strong indeed. Lin Xian took a deep breath, wondering if the 10,000 beast cauldron could affect the demon race. Although he was curious, he didn't plan to use it again. At least, he couldn't be as brazen as last time. Because this final battle would be shown to the Immortal Martial Academy in the outside world. At that time, even the headmaster and elders would be spectating the battle. If he were to reveal some of his secrets, it would surely attract unnecessary trouble. Therefore, this battle was very difficult. Previously, Li Yunfei and I fought against the Guardian once. Our best result was a draw. However, according to the rules of the monster-slaying world, as long as we don't lose, we'll pass, De Guoyen said. If he didn't lose, he would pass. Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. In other words, as long as they tied, they would win. But in the next moment, he frowned again because De Guoyen and Yunfei were able to fight to a draw in a one-on-one battle. In other words, whether or not he could pass this stage would depend on him. If he could win or tie, then they would be able to enter. But if he failed here, then they would completely lose the chance to enter the demon blood pool. Because, according to the rules of the monster-slaying world, they had to defeat 3 guardians. This is really stressful. Lin Xian rubbed his temples. He laughed bitterly. In such a short period of time, the hopes of all the immortal martial disciples in the monster-slaying world were all placed on him. Before this was something he would never have imagined. Before this, they risked their lives to kill the demonic beasts and collect their demonic cores, all for the sake of obtaining good fortune in the demon blood pool. But if they were unable to successfully defeat the guardians, then all their previous efforts would have been wasted. If that was really the case, it would be an extremely heavy blow. Probably no one would be able to accept such an outcome. And the key to success or failure this time all depended on Lin Xian. Now, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to regret, Li Yunfei said in a low voice. Although the pressure is great, I won't give up. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and his eyes shone with a dazzling light. Wasn't it just the demon clan? Wasn't it just the guardians? At worst, he would fight with his life on the line. There was nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, he had many trump cards in his hands. If he used his full strength, it would be hard to say who would win. Actually, you don't have to feel any pressure. Just do your best. Dugu Outyin comforted from the side. When the surrounding people heard this, they almost fell silent. Pairs of expectant eyes looked at the three people in the field. They knew that whether or not they could obtain the fortune in the demon blood pool in the end all depended on the three people in front of them. Su Yu and the others were shocked. They had been in contact with Lin Xian for the longest time. When they first entered the monster-slaying world, they met him. But they didn't expect that the handsome young man they met back then would now become the final challenger. This kind of rapid growth and the contrast between their identities shocked Su Yu and the others. Murong Qingqing, on the other hand, had a faint smile on her face as she looked at Lin Xian gently. Although she knew that the guardian must be very strong, she believed that Lin Xian would definitely be able to win. Well, get ready. Adjust your body to the peak. We will soon begin the final challenge, Dugu Outyin said to Lin Xian. Then he glanced around and said in a clear voice, Everyone, we will have the final challenge in 3 days. Please inform each other that all disciples of the demon-slaying world should come to the White Bone Mountain within 3 days. Although I don't know the final result, please believe that we will do our best. Dugu Outyin's sonorous voice spread clearly in all directions. Hearing this, everyone became excited. They knew that the final battle was about to begin. The news quickly spread throughout the monster-slaying world. Everyone was excited. They didn't care about collecting demon cores anymore. They all hurried to White Bone Mountain. They had to get to White Bone Mountain in the last minute to witness the final battle. At night, a cool breeze blew and a faint demon chi floated in the sky. On top of the gigantic White Bone Mountain, a young figure sat cross-legged. His palms were constantly changing seals. Along with the seals, the surrounding spiritual energy quickly gathered and flowed into his body. Then, the surface of his body began to emit a faint light that contained a vast amount of power. This process lasted for a long time. Then, the handsome young man slowly opened his eyes. Then, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. I finally recovered, Lin Xian said. After half a day of recovery, he finally adjusted his body to the peak state again. Are you nervous? Murong Qingqing, who was as beautiful as a fairy, asked. A little. Lin Xian rubbed his face. Chapter 980. Actually, you don't have to think too much. The three of you are already the most powerful among these people. If even the three of you can't win, then the others won't have any hope. Moreover, even if you lose, I don't think anyone will blame you, Murong Qingqing said softly. I hope so. Lin Xian let out a long sigh. He covered his head with both hands and lay on the ground. On the ground, there was a faint chill from the white bones and hair. Lin Xian didn't feel any discomfort lying on top of them. He rested his head on his arms and looked at the light purple sky. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing this scene, Murong Qingqing also followed Lin Shui's example and lay down on the White Bone Mountain. Murong Qingqing's little face was slightly red, and her heart was beating nonstop. To be honest, it was her first time being so close to the opposite sex. She turned her head slightly and looked at Lin Xian, who was close by, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. She didn't know why, but she seemed to enjoy the current feeling very much. Suddenly, a thought appeared in her heart. How good would it be if the two of them could lie like this forever? As if sensing Murong Qingqing's gaze, Lin Xian also turned his head to look at her. Then their eyes met. Murong Qingqing's little face was hot, but this time she didn't look away. The two of them looked at each other quietly, as if they had forgotten everything. A gentle breeze blew, fluttering their clothes and also their hearts. When the sky gradually turned white, the entire White Bone Mountain became lively. Almost everyone came to the White Bone Mountain, waiting to watch the final battle. When Lin Xian, Dugo Outyan, and Li Yunfei appeared in the sky, everyone stood up. They looked at the sky with excitement and anticipation. Lin Xian stood in the sky and looked at the crowd below. He was also excited. Dugo Outyan carried an ancient sword on his back and said loudly, "Let's go. Everyone, follow me to where the gatekeepers are." Then he turned around and stepped into the air. Lin Xian took a deep breath and followed. The countless martial artists below were also running excitedly. For a moment, the entire White Bone Mountain was shaking as if there was an earthquake. And just when everyone was heading towards the Guardian, the students of the Immortal Martial Academy were all extremely agitated. Countless disciples gathered at the true martial lake and looked up at the sky with excitement. The image of the White Bone Mountain was displayed there. When they saw the incomparably huge White Bone Mountain tremble slightly, everyone's eyes became fiery because they knew that the final challenge was about to begin. They had waited so long for this final moment. Needless to say, the last 3 challenges would definitely be to kill the 3 strongest people in the demon realm. Their battle was definitely a top-notch battle. It was rare for them to see a battle of this level. Now that they had the opportunity to observe it, how could they not be moved? Moreover, these people also wanted to see what the legendary guardian looked like. In the sky, a few elders also revealed curious expressions. Headmaster Xian waved her hands and shot out a series of laws into the sky. Instantly, the image became even clearer. Everyone below held their breaths and stared at the sky. Then they discovered that on the huge White Bone Mountain, 3 silhouettes gradually appeared. The 3 silhouettes were shrouded in light and floated in the air, looking extremely mysterious. Is that the gatekeeper? How mysterious! Yeah, although it's just a portrait, I can still feel a sense of palpitating aura. I wonder who these 3 gatekeepers are. They don't look like demonic beasts. Everyone was discussing. Their hearts were filled with curiosity. The 3 guardians floated in the air, their bodies emitting a faint glow. They didn't move at all and just sat there quietly, as if they had been like this since ancient times. Suddenly, the clouds in the image rolled as if there was a huge wave of air rushing over, blowing away all the clouds and making the image clearer. Everyone's eyes widened. They knew that this change wasn't caused by the headmaster, but by something inside the White Bone Mountain. Rays of light lit up from the foot of the mountain, accompanied by countless rapid sounds of breaking through the air. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were rushing over. "They're here! They're here!" someone exclaimed, and the voice immediately spread throughout the entire true martial lake. In the next moment, everyone raised their heads and trembled with excitement. They clenched their fists and looked expectant. Who do you think the 3 challengers will be? The first 2 must be Dugo Outyan and Li Yunfei. As for the third one, I'm not sure. Needless to say, it must be the most powerful one. Yes, it should be Red Buddha, who's ranked 3rd on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. However, he doesn't seem to be participating in the demon-slaying gathering. That's why the 3rd challenger is so confusing. If the 3rd one didn't participate, it must be Lu Chang, who's ranked 4th. He's also a super powerhouse. I don't think he's much stronger than Li Yunfei and the others. It's possible, but not necessarily. After all, a large number of dark horses will appear in every demon-slaying gathering. This time, there will definitely be one. Perhaps someone will soar into the sky. Yes, I know. Those are all from the Hidden Dragon Society. They usually lie low in order to become famous in the demon-slaying gathering. Perhaps this time, someone will surpass everyone else and obtain the third challenger spot. Stop discussing. I'm so excited that I'm about to pee my pants. Why aren't they here yet? Let me see who the third challenger is. At this moment, everyone's attention is on the third challenger because he's the most uncertain and mysterious. In the sky, a few elders were also looking at the screen with a smile. Their faces were full of interest. Hee hee, I can't believe I'm also looking forward to the third challenger. Yes, although the dark horses and newcomers this time are very strong, I'm afraid they're not at the level of the challengers. As for Lu Chang, although his strength and reputation are not bad, he seems to be a little lacking. I'm guessing that this time they might be working together. Oh, you're saying that the third challenger will be working together? It's possible. After all, there's only one chance to challenge. If they lose, they'll lose the chance to enter the demon blood pool. I'm afraid those little guys won't take such a risk. The safest way is for the 4th and 5th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard to work together. Although the benefits will be less, it's still better than failure. The 4th and 5th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard will be Lu Chang and Qi Hao working together. Perhaps there's another combination. At this moment, Ding Xian said, "Don't forget about Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. They had also killed gold demon beasts." Yes, it's possible. Although these two are newcomers, their strength is very strong. Moreover, Lin Xian has the Lonely Heart Sword, a half-earth ranked treasure. His strength must be even higher. Murong Qingqing must also have the secret technique of a royal clan. If these two work together, I'm afraid they won't lose to Lu Chang and Qi Hao. Chapter 981. I wonder which group they'll be joining forces with this time. The elders quickly discussed. Don't worry, they'll definitely choose the strongest group. The 4 of them must have gone through a battle, and the winner will be the third challenger, Ding Xian said. Hearing that, all the elders nodded. Hey, they're here, an elder said. At that moment, the disciples below also noticed the changes on the light screen. They immediately became nervous and held their breaths as they looked over nervously. The first to appear was a young man with a black long sword on his back. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he had a majestic figure. He walked like a dragon or a tiger, like a god of war. Every move he made gave off a boundless pressure. "Go out, Yen!" Seeing this figure, everyone exclaimed in surprise. The first to appear was indeed Go out, Yen. As the first on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard, he was definitely the strongest. After Go out, Yen, it was a handsome young man. He was like a banished immortal, walking in the air with his hands behind his back. Li Yunfei. Seeing those handsome young men, the crowd cheered again. As the second on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard, Li Yunfei's strength was only second to Go out, Yen. Those two people's strength was extraordinary, and they were above everyone else. They could be said to be the 2 strongest people. Therefore, the crowd was not surprised that those 2 people had become challengers. What they were most concerned about was the mysterious third person. After those 2 people, another figure appeared before everyone's eyes. However, when everyone saw that figure, they were all stunned. Even the elders in the air were stunned. Everyone looked at the third figure and were all stunned. Lin Xian! Everyone exclaimed, their faces full of shock. All the martial artists in the true martial lake were stunned. They originally thought that the third person to appear would be Lu Chang, who was the 4th on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard. They did not expect it to be Lin Xian. This was too unexpected. Although Lin Xian was powerful, the crowd did not think that he had the strength to be a challenger. Moreover, although the news of the gold-colored beast being killed had spread, the names displayed were Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. Therefore, they did not know how strong Lin Xian was. However, the fact that Lin Xian was able to obtain the third challenger slot meant that his battle prowess was still above everyone's expectations. Fuck, am I dreaming? Third place is actually Lin Xian. It's not Lu Chang, it's not anyone else, and it's definitely not someone from the Hidden Dragon League. It's actually Lin Xian. This fellow is probably the biggest dark horse in this demon-slaying assembly. Brother Xian, it's actually Brother Xian. Ahaha, this is awesome. Did older Brother Xian set another record? I'm afraid this is the first freshman to become a challenger, right? The disciples of Dragon's Sword Pavilion laughed crazily, their faces filled with excitement. Lin Xian was their boss. If Lin Xian's reputation rose, they would also benefit from it. Therefore, when they saw that the third challenger was their boss, they all shouted in excitement. In the sky, Din Xian and the group of elders were also stunned. They had already guessed that Lin Xian would appear, but they didn't expect him to appear alone. This was because, in their estimation, other than Duguao Tian and Li Yunfei, no one else could reach the level of a challenger by themselves. Therefore, in their opinion, the third challenger slot would appear in the form of a team. It would either be Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing or Lu Chang and Qi Hao. However, at this moment, Lin Xian appeared alone, which indeed surprised them. A few elders even waited for a long time, but Morong Qingqing's figure did not appear. Only then did they believe that Lin Shui wanted to challenge alone. Isn't it too hasty to let a freshman fight? An elder frowned. This result really exceeded everyone's expectations. Not necessarily. Since they chose Lin Xian, they naturally have their reasons. Don't worry, these little guys won't joke about this. After all, they only have one chance to challenge, and it's related to everyone's interests, so no one will be careless. Lin Xian was able to obtain the third challenger slot. This means that he has the ability to convince everyone. Din Xian slowly said. After hearing this, the other elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, if Lin Xian did not have the corresponding ability, it would be impossible for him to obtain the third challenger slot. Thinking of this, they all looked forward to seeing how Lin Xian would perform in the challenge. Below, after the initial excitement, the disciples of the academy all quieted down. Everyone looked at the sky. They wanted to see how strong Lin Xian was to obtain the third challenger slot. In the monster-slaying realm, Lin Xian was in the void, looking at the three faint figures in front of him with a solemn expression. Needless to say, these three people were the legendary gatekeepers. Although they did not deliberately release their aura, he could still feel a powerful energy hibernating in their bodies. It was not weaker than Duguao Tian and the others at all. At the same time, he also felt the existence of monster qi from the energy, which added a bit of fierceness. Before leaving, Lin Xian learned the basic information of the three gatekeepers from Duguao Tian. These three were all from the monster clan and had extraordinary origins. One of them was a genius from the spiritual feather clan. He was very powerful and should be the strongest of the three gatekeepers. This person was naturally left to Duguao Tian to deal with. There was also an elite from the giant rock clan. His innate defense was incomparably strong, and he was very terrifying. This person was left to Li Yunfei. The last one left to Lin Xian was the last one, an elite from the Golden Crow clan. These three gatekeepers were very powerful, and there was not much difference between them. However, the one from the spiritual feather clan was the strongest, and the other two were about the same strength. As if sensing the arrival of Lin Xian and the others, the three gatekeepers in front of them slowly opened their eyes. "You're finally here." A cold voice sounded without a trace of emotion. "Yes, this time we're here for the real challenge," Duguao Tian said in a deep voice. Duguao Yin said in a deep voice. He had come here a few times with Li Yunfei and had fought with these people before, so he was not unfamiliar with them. Hearing Duguao Tian's words, the light on the three gatekeepers gradually disappeared, revealing their true bodies. "This is the third challenger. He doesn't seem to be very powerful." A gaze swept towards Lin Xian, and then a cold voice sounded. While the three gatekeepers were looking at Lin Xian was also quickly sizing them up. The person in the middle was a handsome young man. He was slender and had a pair of white wings on his back. He looked like an angel. He was the strongest of the three gatekeepers, the elite from the spiritual Feather Clan. On his left was a tall figure. His muscles were like rocks, emitting a brown light. He was incomparably tall, like a rock giant. The last one was an elite from the Golden Crow clan. His entire body was emitting a golden light, like golden feathers. He was surrounded by a blazing aura. Seeing the last elite from the Golden Crow clan, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He could clearly remember that he had seen a great demon from the Golden Crow clan on the 8th level of the Flaming Mountain. That was true terror. Every movement of his carried a terrifying aura. Golden Crow Clan. Chapter 982. Don't worry, he's not much weaker than us. You'll know when the time comes. Dugu Outyen said indifferently when he heard the Spiritual Feather Elite's question. Oh, is that so? The Spiritual Feather Elite was surprised when he heard Dugu Outyen's words. He looked at Lin Xian in surprise again. Although he was not human, and the two of them were opponents, he knew Dugu Outyen's strength. Dugu Outyen was a super elite who was not weaker than him. Someone who could be praised by him must be extraordinary. Since that's the case, let's begin. The Spiritual Feather Elite said coldly, the last time we fought, we were evenly matched. This time, I'll use my true strength to fight with you. He stared at Dugu Outyen. All right, let's continue the battle from last time and decide the winner this time. A domineering aura gradually emerged from Dugu Outyen's body, as if he was a king looking down on the world. Then, the two of them soared into the sky and came to a mountain peak to confront each other. Brother Rock, let's have a match too, Li Yunfei said indifferently. I'll fight with you. Before the expert from the Boulder tribe could speak, the young man from the Golden Crow tribe spoke quickly. His eyes shone with a shocking light. However, Li Yunfei shook his head slightly. No, your opponent is him. Then he pointed at Lin Xian. Humph, a brat who just entered the third heaven of the supremacy realm. Too weak. Such a person is not worthy of being my opponent. The Golden Crow elite snorted with a disdainful expression. In his opinion, Lin Xian was too weak and was not worthy of being his opponent. However, Li Yunfei ignored him and said to the Boulder elite, Brother Boulder, please. All right. The Boulder elite nodded in agreement. Then he turned to the Golden Crow elite and said, Jinyu, stop fooling around. Your opponent is him. Fight well. If you lose, I won't forgive you. Okay. The Golden Crow elite snorted coldly. He was very unhappy. Li Yunfei looked at Lin Xian and said in a low voice, Be careful. Then he too rushed up and arrived at another mountain peak with the Boulder tribe. Only Lin Xian and the powerhouse of the Golden Crow clan, Jinyu, were left in the field. Staring at Lin Xian, Jinyu's face was filled with displeasure. Brat, although I don't know how you obtained the third challenger spot, you're too weak. You don't have the qualifications to be my opponent. If you don't want to become a sinner, I advise you to get out of here and find someone stronger. Jinyu stood proudly, his entire body emitting scorching energy. Lin Xian's expression also darkened. The other party had been attacking him coldly from the start, and his attitude was extremely arrogant. He didn't take him seriously at all. Did he really think that he was a pushover? Lin Xian only had one word for such an arrogant attitude. Beat him up. Beat the other party until they were convinced. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Xian decisively shook his head. No need. Make your move. I think that other than me, no one else can take on the third challenger spot. Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a domineering aura. At the same time, his body gradually emitted a fierce aura. He would go all out in this battle. At the same time, he would let the other party know why he had obtained the third challenger spot. You overestimate yourself. Very well, I'll personally deal with you. Jin Yu sneered disdainfully. You look like the weakest. I estimate that after this battle, you'll lose the entire competition. Brat, you asked for this. You can't blame me. Jin Yu's body glowed, and a scorching energy quickly surged. The scorching energy quickly spread. Of the 3 battlefields, Lin Xian's side was the first to have an energy reaction. This greatly surprised everyone. On a lone mountain peak, the powerhouse of the spiritual Feather Tribe and Duguotian were facing off. Both of them were very cautious and didn't attack rashly. Because their strength was similar, once they fought, it would be difficult to determine who would win. Thus, they had to find an opportunity to strike first. At this moment, the conflict between Lin Xian and Jin Yu had attracted their attention. I'm still confused. Why did you give such an important position as the 3rd challenger to a brat? The powerhouse of the spiritual Feather Tribe was puzzled. Although he's a bit young, his strength is far beyond your imagination. Don't doubt it. You'll find out soon enough, Duguotian said. Then he pulled out the black longsword on his back. As the black longsword danced, a shocking sword chi rushed out, tearing through the sky and slashing toward the powerhouse of the spiritual Feather Tribe. The powerhouse of the spiritual Feather Tribe also let out a low roar. The pair of white wings on his back bloomed with light and quickly grew larger, covering the sky. Then a shocking light shone, and a terrifying energy drowned the entire mountain peak. On the other side, Li Yunfei and the powerhouse of the Stoneman tribe were also fighting. Sonorous sounds like thunder rang out from time to time, shaking the surroundings. Seeing that Duguotian and Li Yunfei were fighting, the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy were all watching nervously. When they saw that the 2 groups were locked in battle and were equally matched, they all cheered. Because according to the rules of the demon-slaying world, they didn't need to win. As long as they tied, they would pass. Therefore, the current situation could be said to be very good. At the same time, they were also extremely shocked. This was because the gatekeepers were too strong. They were actually able to tie with Duguotian. One could imagine how strong they were. Moreover, the 3 gatekeepers all had young faces. It was obvious that they were also young people, but they were a bit weirder than normal humans. The surrounding disciples were puzzled. What kind of power was able to nurture such young experts? Feeling the terrifying energy erupting from the 2 groups, Jin Yu once again grinned maliciously. If it was an opponent like Duguotian or Li Yunfei, I might be interested. But you, I'm not interested at all. I'm very curious. When you lose, what kind of gaze will those people behind you use to look at you? Maybe they'll beat you to death. Ha ha ha. Jin Yu raised his head and laughed loudly. I guarantee that you won't be able to laugh very soon. Lin Xian's expression was ice cold. After that, his gaze focused as the great dragon sword spirit in his body surged, emitting a shocking sword intent that rapidly gushed out from his body, tearing apart the sky. The gigantic sword chi connected the heavens and earth, stirring up the clouds in the surroundings. The terrifying aura was vast and mighty, causing everyone to be shocked. As expected, at the next moment, Jin Yu stopped laughing. He once again looked at Lin Xian with a trace of astonishment in his eyes. What a powerful sword intent. Although this aura is inferior to Duguotian's, it isn't weak either. Jin Yu nodded lightly. The current Lin Xian had already caused him to be a little interested. At this moment, everyone held their breaths as they quietly watched the battle where Lin Xian was at. Not only in the demon-slaying world, even in the Immortal Martial Academy, the disciples near the true Martial Lake were all staring at the sky with nervous expressions on their faces. Chapter 983. The elders looked at the screen in the sky and nodded. Indeed, Lin Xian's sword essence had surpassed most swordsmen. It was extremely powerful. Din Xian was also slightly surprised because he could sense that Lin Xian's sword essence had not stopped. It was still rising. This was a very interesting phenomenon. It meant that the sword essence that Lin Xian was displaying was not his full strength. The elders also noticed this and nodded. Not bad, not bad. Although this young man is a freshman, his sword essence still surpasses most people. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Although he is not as good as Dugu Outyen with some training, he might become the second Dugu Outyen in a few years. A few elders said as they stroked their beards. They already had the intention of training Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened in shock. They almost pulled their beards out. What? This sword essence? They were too shocked because on the White Bone Mountain, Lin Xian's sword essence exploded again. A deep dragon roar was heard, releasing a terrifying sword essence. Shocking sword light shone in all directions. At that moment, Lin Xian's sword essence increased again, reaching an extremely terrifying level. At that moment, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. Sword qi surrounded him, as if the sword god had been reborn. This sword essence is so powerful. Everyone was stunned. Even the elders were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a powerful sword essence. Judging from this aura, he doesn't seem to be weaker than Dugu Outyen. This young man is indeed powerful. No wonder he was able to become the third challenger. At that moment, the elders also understood that they had underestimated Lin Xian. Although he was a freshman, his strength was definitely at the level of the top 3 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Jin Yu was also stunned. He looked at Lin Xian in shock. He did not expect that Lin Xian would have such a powerful sword essence. He had underestimated Lin Xian before, but now it seemed that Lin Xian was not weak. When the surrounding warriors felt this aura, they became even more excited. The stronger Lin Xian was, the happier they were. That way, they would have a higher chance of winning. Brat, I have to say that you have indeed exceeded my expectations. Jin Yu said in a deep voice, you are now qualified for me to make a move. Qualified? Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Don't jump to conclusions so early. I think it won't be long before your perception changes again. Humph, how arrogant. Today, I'll show you what I can do. Jin Yu snorted coldly. His eyes were sharp, and a dazzling golden light burst out from his body. The entire sky was shrouded in golden light. It was like a golden ocean, extremely dazzling. Boom! Like a muffled thunderclap, an incomparably terrifying undulation erupted from Jin Yu's body, shocking everyone. Feeling this aura, everyone revealed a look of horror. Some of the weaker martial artists even collapsed to the ground. This aura was too powerful and incomparable. It was mixed with a biting, cold, demonic aura, as if a peerless demon had awakened. In the next moment, the golden light in the sky bent and condensed into a golden sun that shone in all directions. An incomparably resplendent light blossomed with a blazing aura, like a real sun, pressing down on Lin Xian. What kind of technique is this? It's so terrifying. Who exactly is he? How can he be so powerful? At this moment, countless people screamed in horror. The golden light shone in all directions, so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. In the shining golden sun in the sky, a figure sat cross-legged. He was like the sun god, standing in the void, blooming with dazzling light. The resplendent sun set, and the figure looked disdainfully in all directions. He directly stomped down on Lin Xian. What? He's actually stomping on Lin Xian with one foot? He's too arrogant. Who exactly is this gatekeeper? Everyone exclaimed because the sword intent that Lin Xian displayed was already very powerful. However, the other party was even more arrogant. He actually stomped on Lin Xian with one foot. This was a naked humiliation. For a moment, the entire White Bone Mountain was shaking and trembling nonstop. The sky was fluttering like a piece of cloth, as if it would be torn apart at any time. That figure was too terrifying, as if he could crush everything. Lin Xian's face was gloomy and his eyes were shining. The other party was too arrogant. He actually stomped on him with one foot. He did not take him seriously at all. He raised his palm and formed a sword seal. Immediately, the Lone Star sword on his back emitted a clanging sound and was quickly unsheathed. A light blue sword light shone like a vast star incomparably deep. The great dragon sword spirit in Lin Xian's body erupted again as the Lone Star sword was unsheathed. It rushed into the clouds like a rainbow. In the end, the sword Qi gradually evolved into a true dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, roaring in all directions. Accompanying it was an incomparably terrifying aura, as if it could destroy everything in the world. In the sky, the golden sun shone. The figure in the center was still, disregarding everything and quickly stomping down. Facing Lin Xian's terrifying sword Qi, he was still not afraid. He still suppressed his opponent with an arrogant attitude. How arrogant and conceited was this? However, no one would laugh at him because the other party had such strength. The golden sun was incomparably resplendent. It carried a terrifying power as it slowly rotated. The merciless golden light carried a scorching power that distorted and melted the entire void. In the next moment, the terrifying sword Qi collided with the golden light that filled the sky. The sharp sword intent and the golden sun erupted with a piercing aura, causing everyone to feel terrified. The sky was shrouded by the two forces, entering a state of chaos. Everyone closed their eyes and kept retreating. Because the aura was too terrifying and the light was too intense, no one dared to look at it. Some people did not think much of it and wanted to look, but their eyes bled and were almost blinded. Rumble! A terrifying sound rang out, and countless rays of light landed on the white bone mountain. The earth trembled, and the sky was torn apart. The sword Qi was like a rainbow, piercing through the clouds. The golden sun was even more resplendent, flickering with a dazzling light. It was like a real sun, releasing terrifying heat waves. The two forces collided intensely, as if two ancient demonic mountains had collided, causing the entire space to tremble. Boom! Another intense collision. The entire White Bone Mountain seemed to have been overturned, and countless people were sent flying. Then, the two figures staggered and confronted each other again. The countless rays of light in the sky gradually disappeared, and the thunderous sound also gradually faded. There was a huge crack above everyone's heads that was thousands of miles long. At this moment, it was slowly healing, as if a peerless, ferocious beast had closed its mouth. Lin Xian stood with his sword in hand. He was like a sword immortal, unstoppable. Chapter 984. In this exchange, the two of them were evenly matched and were evenly matched. Everyone was stunned. The attack just now was too terrifying. It was beyond their imagination. Countless people exclaimed. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. His strength was definitely not inferior to Dugo Outyin and Li Yunfei. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the gatekeeper was also extremely brave and even displayed boundless demonic energy. Who is this gatekeeper? Why doesn't he look like a human? Yeah, the demonic energy on his body is too strong. Could it be that he's a demonic beast? Everyone discussed animatedly. Their eyes were filled with fear and doubt because the gatekeeper was too powerful. His entire body was emitting golden light like a golden god of war. Moreover, the demonic energy on his body was too terrifying. It was not weaker than a golden demonic beast at all. For a moment, everyone was guessing the gatekeeper's identity. I know, it's actually him. Finally, someone exclaimed with a face full of shock. Who? Tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly. Someone was anxious. You guessed right. He's indeed not a human, but a demon. However, he's not a demonic beast, but a demon. Demon. Everyone's faces were full of shock. Their mouths were wide open in disbelief. That's right, he's a demon. Moreover, he's a powerhouse from the Golden Crow tribe. The Golden Crow tribe was known as the Sun tribe. They had a powerful fire attribute physique and were considered a large tribe among the demons. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the figure in front of them to be a golden crow. If he was from the Golden Crow tribe, did that mean that the other two gatekeepers were also demons? Everyone was shocked and gasped. They did not expect the three gatekeepers to have such a background. The demons were an extremely powerful tribe. Not only did they have the physique of a demonic beast, but they also had the intelligence of a human. They could be said to be extremely powerful. The Golden Crow tribe. What a powerful physique. What a powerful fire attribute. Lin Xian stared at the golden figure in front of him and muttered to himself. Jin Yu's expression was also solemn. He looked at Lin Xian with flickering eyes. Your strength is beyond my expectations. Looks like you're worthy of my serious attack. He spoke coldly. His entire body merged into the golden sun. His entire body emitted dazzling light, making him look like a golden god of war. On the surface of his body, golden flames burned fiercely. The terrifying heat was incomparably vast. If it were to explode, it would be enough to burn the entire White Bone Mountain into ashes. You are very strong, but it is impossible for you to defeat me. Hearing this, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Then let's wait and see. Humph. With a cold snort, the void exploded and terrifying flames spread in all directions. In the next moment, Jin Yu waved his arm and quickly formed a seal. A dazzling ray of light, shining with boundless multicolored light, ruthlessly pressed down on Lin Xian. Divine Sun Seal. This was an ultimate technique of the Golden Crow clan. It was said to be able to evolve into a real sun. Its power was incomparably terrifying, and it could be refined by martial artists. Once this terrifying divine seal appeared, it immediately caused a commotion in all directions. All the disciples were incomparably terrified, and their bodies could not stop trembling. With the divine sun seal in his hand, Jin Yu charged towards Lin Xian as fast as a golden flash. Lin Xian's expression was cold and fearless. He let out a long roar, and his black hair fluttered. His entire person became incomparably fierce. The Lone Star sword in his hand released a sword light. It was as unfathomable as the sea of stars. In the next moment, he quickly swung his sword and slashed out a shocking sword light. Boom! The terrifying sword light streaked across the void and ruthlessly collided with the divine sun seal. Instantly, the sky was torn apart again, and the terrifying energy annihilated everything. This scene was extremely shocking. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed, and it made everyone despair. With a furious roar, the golden light in the sky shone brightly, quickly forming a huge golden crow phantom that filled the sky. Accompanied by the golden crow phantom, Jin Yu quickly pounced over. An incomparable light bloomed in his hand as he charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian also roared angrily, and his voice shook the 9 heavens. He was like a god fiend, full of killing intent. On the Lone Star sword there was a dragon-shaped sword chi that was extremely powerful. The two of them kept exchanging blows. Every blow caused the ground to sink and the sky to split open. This was a catastrophe. Countless terrifying cracks appeared in the sky, as if a mirror had been shattered. It was a shocking sight. The ground was even sunk, and a bottomless pit appeared. Seeing that the entire White Bone Mountain was about to sink at the critical moment, a low roar came from underground. Then an inexplicable force gushed out and enveloped the entire White Bone Mountain. It was this mysterious force that protected the White Bone Mountain and the safety of everyone. Otherwise, everything would have been turned into ashes by the attacks of the two of them. Essence of the sun, golden crow illuminating the sky. Jin Yu shouted coldly. His entire body shone with endless rays of light. Behind him, the wings formed by the golden light gradually solidified and turned into golden feathers. At the same time, metallic scales appeared on his body. In the sky, the huge golden crow phantom also solidified. It was as if a peerless, ferocious beast was rapidly awakening. The huge golden crow was like the sun, burning fiercely. When it spread its wings, it brought an endless sea of fire that burned in all directions. In the next moment, Jin Yu carried the sun god seal and attacked Lin Xian together with the golden crow phantom above. Lin Xian held the Lone Star sword in his right hand and waved out countless terrifying sword chi. His left hand kept changing as he used the vermilion bird seal. The blood-red sword chi surged, bringing with it a monstrous killing aura. It was as if countless rivers of blood were flowing in the sky. In his left hand, a vermilion bird rushed out quickly. Its cry shook heaven and earth, bringing with it endless heat waves that surged into the sky. Two scenes exploded from Lin Xian's hands at the same time. It was extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. All kinds of terrifying scenes collided together. Endless energy fell in all directions. The sky was even more tattered, like a mirror that kept shattering. Endless energy converged in the sky, constantly devouring and annihilating each other. They were in a stalemate. Lin Xian was shocked. As expected of the gatekeeper, he was extremely powerful. He had already activated the great dragon, Sword Soul, to the extreme. Although he stabbed the huge golden crow phantom, he did not cut Jin Yu's real body. This was the first person who could take his great dragon, Sword Chi, head-on. Jin Yu's body was surrounded by golden light. His face could not be seen clearly, but in fact he was extremely shocked. His opponent's sword chi was too sharp. It was as if it could split heaven and earth. It had supreme, offensive power. As a golden crow, he was incomparably powerful and had the protection of the golden crow phantom. That was why he was not cut by the sword chi. Otherwise, if it was another person, they would have already died under the sword chi. Where did this young man come from? Although he is not famous, his strength is so terrifying. Jin Yu was also shocked. He admitted that he had underestimated Lin Xian. Now, the strength that he had displayed was definitely not weaker than Dugu Outyin and the others. Chapter 985. Thinking of this, Jin Yu's expression turned cold, and the ferocious light in his eyes bloomed again. The divine sun seal in his hand dissipated and was replaced by a terrifying flame. Within the flame, a bright light gradually condensed. The blazing flame gradually solidified and appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a huge golden machete, completely formed by the most powerful flames. It was dozens of feet long and was extremely terrifying. Could this be the Golden Crow tribe's ultimate skill, the solar golden flame blade? Someone cried out in alarm. His voice was filled with fear. This was definitely a very powerful killing move. It was cultivated from the Golden Crow tribe's origin crystal core and could be said to be extremely powerful. It was said to be able to kill a powerhouse one level higher than oneself. At this moment, the other party had used such a terrifying move. It was obvious that he wanted to finish off Lin Xian. Oh no, this solar golden flame blade is too terrifying. I'm afraid Lin Xian won't be able to withstand it. Damn it, how could he have mastered such a terrifying cultivation technique? I read in ancient books that although this cultivation technique is the Golden Crow tribe's ultimate skill, very few people can master it. I didn't expect this guardian to have mastered it. Could it be that Lin Xian is going to lose? Please don't. For a moment, everyone was anxious as they discussed animatedly. Everyone had a nervous expression on their faces. This was a crucial battle. They could not lose, or else they would lose the chance to enter the demon blood pool. In the sky, Jin Yu held the solar golden flame blade and became extremely fierce. He was like a god of death as the huge flaming blade was aimed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt as if he was facing a great enemy. He could sense a strong sense of danger from the flaming golden saber. This blade, formed by golden flames, was too terrifying. The energy it contained was something he had never seen before in his life. He did not dare to be careless. He took a deep breath, and his body emitted a dazzling sword light. He quickly channeled the great dragon sword soul and raised his combat strength to the limit. At the same time, a layer of bright red armor covered his body. On the armor, there was a scarlet lotus flower that was blooming with a demonic light and swaying constantly. Lin Xian held the Lone Star sword in his hand, and he quickly swung it, sending out streaks of sword light. In the next moment, a massive sword image appeared in the sky. The sword shadow was blue in color and emitted a terrifying chill. There was an ice lotus engraved on the sword as if it could freeze everything in the world. At the crucial moment, Lin Xian executed the earth rank martial art, Gale lightning sword art. Furthermore, he even integrated the ice lotus martial spirit into it. That power was earth-shattering, as if it wanted to freeze the entire world. At this moment, Jin Yu also waved his arm and quickly descended. The solar golden flame, saber, shone brightly. Mysterious patterns appeared on its surface, and all sorts of strange phenomena appeared around him. Above the void, a golden crow appeared. It spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its golden aura shone brightly as it tore apart the heavens and the earth. Then it pounced towards Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying golden crow shadow streaked across the sky with a sea of fire. Everywhere it passed, everything was burned. The heat was terrifying and boundless, as if it wanted to burn everything. Everyone was shocked and did not dare to imagine. This saber was too terrifying. Even a fourth heaven, venerable realm cultivator would not be able to withstand it. Lin Xian was also shocked. He let out a low shout and quickly activated the Gale lightning sword art. In the sky, the massive blue ice sword was swung, bringing with it an endless sea of blue light as it slashed forward. This time, he had to use his full strength. Otherwise, if he failed, their challenge would be over. The three-legged golden crow flew around Jinyu, bringing with it endless flames. Then it swooped down with a shocking momentum. Lin Xian swung the heavenly sword, bringing with it a force that was as heavy as 10,000 pounds. It also brought with it a terrifying chill that pierced the bones. When the ice and fire collided, the two opposing forces exploded with a terrifying light that quickly covered the entire White Bone Mountain. However, the solar golden flame saber lived up to its reputation. The sharp saber radiance turned into the feet of the golden crow, and like a peerless blade, it quickly slashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a second heavenly sword shadow appeared in the sky. This was a blood-red sword with a dense killing aura, like the sword of a demon god. This sword directly slashed toward the golden crow shadow, and the terrifying blood light split it, creating a sonorous sound. In an instant, all kinds of flames and sword chi burst forth, and the entire space was in chaos. One had to admit that the Golden Crow tribe was too powerful, especially the solar golden flame saber. It brought with it a terrifying heat wave, as if it was a real sun that could crush everything. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, so his battle strength was extremely powerful. Only then could he contend with the Golden Crow tribe. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they would have been turned into a pool of blood under the solar golden flame saber. The two of them fought, and all kinds of shadows and rays of light rushed in all directions. This was a real battle. The two of them were evenly matched, and they killed in all directions. Lin Xian looked dignified, but he was excited in his heart. It had been a long time since he had such a hearty battle. His opponent was evenly matched with him, and he did not have to worry about anything. He attacked with all his strength, and used all kinds of secret skills to prove himself. Lin Xian felt the blood in his body boiling, and his fighting soul was awakening. He could not help but let out a long cry, and his black hair fluttered. He was like a demon god, and he was unstoppable. Gale lightning sword, 3 moves that could frighten ghosts and gods. Following Lin Xian's words, the sky was torn apart again, and a huge black sword fell from the sky. Different from the previous 2 huge swords, this sword shadow was extremely black, and it brought with it a strange aura like a ghost's cry. It fell quickly. Wherever it passed, the mountain rocks were shattered and the trees withered. Everything withered, as if it had fallen into a dead silence. This sword brought with it a strong aura of death, and it quickly slashed downward. Boom! A violent sound rang out, and the entire Whitebone Mountain shook. In the sky, the dazzling golden sun was slashed by the huge black sword, and it shook continuously. Endless light shone. Jinyu, who was in the center of the sun, trembled, and his eyes were filled with shock. Then an even more dazzling light burst out from his body, and it swept out in all directions. Jinyu was too shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. That terrifying, pitch-black sword qi was actually able to extinguish his sun god fire and even threaten his safety. It seemed that it would not be easy to defeat his opponent. With a roar, his arms moved quickly, and the solar golden flame saber in his hand became even more dazzling. The golden light danced, and it radiated even more terrifying energy. Lin Xian was even more ferocious. With the sword of Nirvana in his hand, he brought with him a boundless aura of death and nirvana. He killed his way through the terrifying flames of the sun and arrived in front of Jinyu. However, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat when he saw his opponent's calm and cold eyes. Oh no! His pupils shrank, and he used the illusory demon steps to retreat instantly. In the next moment, the golden crow shadow on the solar golden flame saber suddenly expanded, and then it exploded. Chapter 986. The explosion was too violent. It was as if a fourth-level venerable had self-destructed. The terrifying energy caused a black hole to appear in the sky. Looking at the boundless black hole, everyone fell into a daze. Deep fear appeared in their eyes. Even a fourth-level venerable wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful explosion, let alone Lin Xian. It would be considered good if he didn't die. However, if Lin Xian was heavily injured and dying, they would lose this battle for sure. At that time, they would lose the qualification to enter the demon blood pool. At this moment, everyone looked at the sky nervously and prayed in their hearts. On the other side, Dego Outyan and Li Yunfei, who were fighting fiercely, also noticed the situation and frowned. Are we going to lose? They were unwilling to accept this outcome. Of course, they didn't have much resentment because the energy of the explosion made their hearts tremble. If it was any one of them, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being blasted away. In the Immortal Martial Academy, the entire true martial lake was silent. Everyone looked at the light screen in the sky and was extremely nervous. A few elders also frowned and their eyes flickered. Demon-slaying realm, Whitebone Mountain. The huge black hole in the sky covered the entire sky. It was pitch black, as if it wanted to devour everything. Even after so long, no one saw Lin Xian's figure. Just when they were in despair, a sudden scream pierced through the sky and broke the deathly silence. Hearing this scream, everyone was stunned because they realized that the one who screamed wasn't Lin Xian, but Jinyu. What's going on? Wasn't Lin Xian the one who was surrounded by the explosion? Why is Jinyu the one who screamed in anger? Everyone didn't understand. However, they were extremely excited. Looking at this scene, it seemed like there was a chance for the situation to turn around. As long as Lin Xian didn't lose, everything was fine. Soon, the violent energy in the sky quickly dissipated and two figures appeared. Not only that, there were traces of blood mist in the air. Lin Xian was bleeding from the corner of his mouth and his face was pale. He was severely injured. On the other side, Jinyu was even worse off. His face was incomparably distorted, and there was a huge sword scar on his back that almost split him in half. The two of them stared at each other, emitting a terrifying, killing intent. They wanted nothing more than to tear each other apart. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to injure his opponent in such a critical situation. This was simply inconceivable. In fact, Lin Xian had indeed been struck by the terrifying energy. Fortunately, he was wearing the Red Lotus battle armor and was extremely fast. In other words, the terrifying explosion only affected him and did not truly engulf him. Not only that, he even used Bloody's clone from Bloody's inheritance to create an advantageous opportunity. He got his clone to stay in the storm while his real body went behind Gold Feather to deliver a fatal blow. However, the other party was also quite impressive. He actually noticed it at the last moment, so this sword strike only heavily injured the other party and did not cut him in half. "Brat, you dare to injure me? I'll kill you!" Jin Yu roared ferociously, his voice shaking the surroundings. The other two groups, the Spirit Feather Race and the Giant Race, were all stunned. They didn't expect Jin Yu to be heavily injured. Dugu Outyen laughed loudly. "How is it," I said, "that this brat will definitely exceed your imagination? Now you know." With a cold snort, the Spirit Feather Race expert unleashed an even more terrifying attack. Below, Jin Yu roared ferociously like an injured beast. It was extremely terrifying. Balls of golden light quickly enveloped him, and golden flames came to his back and quickly healed his wounds. On the other side, Lin Xian was also quickly circulating the longevity art to heal his injuries. Both of them were injured and were racing against time to recover quickly. This time, whoever could seize the initiative would have a great chance of winning. Everyone held their breaths and watched nervously. Although it seemed that Jin Yu's injuries were more serious, his recovery speed was also extremely terrifying. Now, they could only pray that Lin Xian could recover first. Otherwise, the situation would be very dangerous. In the next moment, Lin Xian moved. His black hair fluttered as he let out a long roar. The longevity art in his body quickly circulated, displaying an extremely powerful vitality. A ball of jade green light flowed on his body, healing his injuries by more than half. He held the Lone Star sword in his hand and walked forward step by step. This time, he had to defeat his opponent. Rumble. Sword chi surged and circled around him. Countless pillars of sword chi surged out, connecting heaven and earth and filling the entire void. All the sword chi rumbled and turned into true dragons, roaring in all directions. Terrifying light illuminated the entire sky. Seeing the figure quickly approaching, Jin Yu's pupils constricted and his heart beat wildly. His face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth and roared. Golden Crow descent. Golden light shone on his body and quickly surged out. A huge golden crow phantom appeared behind him. It seemed to be condensed from gold and was incomparably dazzling. The golden crow phantom flapped its wings, forming an endless sea of fire that protected Jin Yu. This was his demon soul, similar to a human's martial soul. However, his demon soul was more powerful than his martial soul because it also contained the bloodline power of the Golden Crow tribe. The terrifying golden sun from before was condensed from the flames emitted by the demon soul. At this moment, the Golden Crow demon soul was fully displayed. Its power was absolutely terrifying. After displaying the Golden Crow demon soul, Jin Yu became fierce again. He made use of the Golden Crow demon soul to release endless light, forming a fiery field that resisted the endless sword chi of his opponent. The two majestic forces collided once again, and then they were quickly annihilated. At the same time, he clenched his fist and formed the solar golden flame saber again. However, this time the saber was more solid. In the golden light, there was a ball of purple flame. Although it was weak, the power that it exuded was extremely terrifying. This time, Jin Yu had displayed his demon soul and the solar golden flame saber, the unique skill of the Golden Crow tribe. It could be said that he had reached the extreme. In the next moment, he roared ferociously and raised the fiery saber above his head with both hands. He then slashed down. Solar golden flame, slash. In the sky, the saber flashed. The golden light was like eternal starlight, extremely dazzling. In the next moment, A dazzling golden saber flashed across the sky and slashed down quickly. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged and was pushed to the extreme. He was just short of displaying it. Although he did not display it, the power was extremely terrifying. One should know that the great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint art between heaven and earth. Now that it was activated by Lin Xian, its attack power was extremely strong. Not only that, Lin Xian also displayed the Ice Lotus martial soul. The terrifying ice chi shrouded the surroundings. The two forces merged. Lin Xian was like a sword, extremely powerful. Chapter 987. Rumble. Lin Xian's millions of sword chi slashed out, all of them colliding with the golden saber light. Instantly, a thunderous sound rang out. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion occurred. Both of them were sent flying. That dazzling golden saber light quickly shattered, and Lin Xian's sword chi also rapidly disappeared. The two of them separated again, each standing in the air, staring at each other. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the battle to be so intense. In the distance, the experts from the Spirit Feather race and the Giant race were even more shocked. They knew Jin Yu's strength. He wasn't any weaker than them. Moreover, the Golden Crow race was extremely powerful, and Jin Yu was one of the best. Not to mention these disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy. Even a 4th-level venerable might not be his match. But now, not only did Jin Yu summon his demon soul, he even used the ultimate technique of the Golden Crow race. Yet, he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. This was too inconceivable. Only now did they understand the meaning of Dugu Outyen's words. They didn't expect that this seemingly weak young man was actually a super expert. At this moment, everyone was incomparably excited, because based on the current situation, the possibility of Lin Xian losing wasn't high. This also meant that they had a very high chance of entering the final demon blood pool. Even the few elders of the Immortal Martial Academy narrowed their eyes. Their expressions were filled with excitement. I didn't expect this brat to be so strong. He can actually suppress the genius of the Golden Crow race. Indeed, I didn't expect Jin Yu to be forced to such a state. He even used his demon soul and solar golden flame saber, but he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. That firmament great sword isn't simple. Judging from its aura, it's probably an earth-ranked martial art. Yes, that's right. And it's not an earth-ranked martial art from the true Spirit Hall. Looks like this brat isn't simple either. He actually had a fortuitous encounter and was able to learn an earth-ranked martial art. A group of elders discussed. They were getting more and more interested in Lin Xian. As for Din Xian, she was all smiles as she looked at the sky. Looking at the figure on the screen, she nodded slightly. To be honest, Lin Xian's strength had indeed exceeded her expectations. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, Lin Xian was the person they were looking for. If he didn't have such strength, it would be hard to convince them. Demon Slaying Realm. Lin Xian stood tall and straight. Looking at Jin Yu in front of him, he said in a deep voice, "I think you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Why don't you use them now?" Indeed, both sides were in a deadlock, and they had to use their strongest moves to win. "Kid, I have to say that you've exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Next, I'm going to fuse with my demon soul. If you can take this move, then you win this round." Jin Yu said coldly. He didn't want to drag this out any longer. He wanted to use his strongest move. Although both sides were tied now, he was extremely confident in his final trump card because his demonic soul was no ordinary demonic soul. It contained the terrifying bloodline power of the Golden Crow clan and could be said to be incomparably powerful. As his voice fell, the surrounding Golden Crow shadows began to glow. They gradually became smaller and then entered Jin Yu's body. In the next moment, a terrifying energy burst out, and endless golden flames swept across the world. Jin Yu roared, and a golden aura burst out from his body. It was as if a peerless beast had awakened. His entire body underwent a great change. Although he was still in human form, he looked more like a golden crow. His golden wings spread out, and they were dozens of feet long. They flapped behind his back, bringing with them a scorching aura. At this moment, Jin Yu's aura and strength had reached the peak. When the surrounding warriors saw this, they were all shocked. They didn't expect Jin Yu to be able to increase his strength at this time, and by such a large margin. For a moment, everyone was worried for Lin Xian again. If Lin Xian didn't have a powerful trump card, he probably wouldn't be able to resist this final trump card. In the distance, the experts of the spiritual feather clan and the giant clan felt the scorching energy and were shocked. They naturally knew that Jin Yu was going to use his final trump card. Is he going to fight it out? The two of them were solemn. "Looks like you're going to lose," the spiritual feather clan expert said coldly. The expert of the spiritual feather clan said coldly. He and Dugu Outyen exchanged a blow, and then the two of them separated in the void. "Isn't it too early to say that?" Dugu Outyen shook his head. "It's not early. The demon soul of our demon clan is different from that of you humans. It contains a powerful bloodline power. As an expert of the Golden Crow clan, Jin Yu's bloodline power is even more terrifying. If that kid doesn't have any heaven-defying means, he definitely won't be able to withstand this attack. Looks like it's really going to end." On the other side, the expert of the Giant Rock clan also said, "It's useless even if the two of you are tied. If that kid loses, this battle will be over." Hearing this, Li Yunfei also frowned. However, he couldn't help much at this moment. This battle had to be resolved by Lin Xian himself. Everyone's expression was solemn, and even the elders frowned again. There was no other way. Jin Yu's demon soul was too powerful. It contained the bloodline power of the Golden Crow clan, and could be said to be incomparably powerful. At this moment, Jin Yu was like a sun god, shining with golden light, valiant and valiant. He looked at Lin Xian with cold eyes. In the next moment, his palms moved quickly. He raised them high above his head, and then formed a strange seal. The bloodline power in his body surged, and terrifying flames danced. They quickly flowed into his palms, and together with the seal, they formed the shape of a treasure bottle. The treasure bottle was completely gold, and there were strange engravings on it. It was completely formed by flames. At this moment, the mouth of the golden treasure bottle was slightly facing down, aiming at Lin Xian. Feeling the change in his opponent, Lin Xian's heart raced. The bloodline power of the Golden Crow clan was indeed powerful. He took a deep breath, and his eyes shone brightly. Jin Yu's demon soul fusion was much more powerful than a human's. No wonder he was from the demon clan. He indeed had a unique advantage. It seemed that he couldn't hold back anymore. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's eyes became calm. In the next moment, he withdrew his ice lotus martial soul, and at the same time he sheathed his Lone Star sword. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They didn't understand what Lin Xian was trying to do. Even the elders of the Immortal Martial Academy were puzzled. Din Xian's eyes narrowed, and she stared at the figure in the sky in silence. In the demon-slaying world, Jin Yu saw Lin Xian's actions, and he laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha. Kid, did you feel that you couldn't resist the power of my bloodline? Is that why you want to surrender and admit defeat?" Chapter 988. Jin Yu's laughter reverberated in the surroundings. The surrounding cultivators all had ugly expressions as despair appeared in their eyes. Could it be that Lin Xian was really going to give up? But if that wasn't the case, why did he put away his martial soul and the half-earth step artifact? Lin Xian didn't explain anything to Jin Yu's arrogant laughter and the crowd's confusion. He revolved the great dragon sword soul within his body, and his eyes became sharp once more. Sword chi surged out from his body, causing the surrounding space to distort and become chaotic. It was as if something terrifying was about to appear, and even the void couldn't withstand its pressure. In the next moment, a heaven-shaking dragon's roar resounded from Lin Xian's body. Then, 3 feet in front of him, a terrifying crack appeared and a true dragon roared out. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the azure dragon's whiskers coiled and then turned into a long sword. The hilt of the sword was formed from a dragon's head, while the body of the sword was formed from a true dragon's body. The entire sword had a strange shape and carried with it an ancient aura. Of course, compared to this, the most terrifying thing was the pressure. It was as if a real true dragon had awoken. It was terrifying to the extreme. Seeing the azure dragon sword shadow, everyone was stunned. That was because the aura contained within it was too terrifying, making everyone feel endlessly shocked. Their bodies trembled, and they wanted to prostrate themselves in worship. What is that? It's so terrifying. The surrounding cultivators paled and retreated. Although this power made them feel uncomfortable, they were all excited. This was because this was a move that Lin Xian had used. They didn't think that Lin Xian would have such a terrifying trump card. With such a terrifying move, it would definitely be able to resist the other party's monster soul. The 3 gatekeepers had ugly expressions. The powerhouses from the spirit feather race and the giant race all had solemn expressions as they stared at the azure, dragon-shaped sword shadow, their hearts trembling. The aura emitted by the azure dragon sword shadow was enough to threaten their lives. They didn't think that their opponent would have such a terrifying move. Jin Yu's expression was even uglier. He was even closer to the azure dragon's sword shadow. From the moment it appeared, his eyelids twitched and an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. This was a fear that came from his soul and bloodline. It wasn't something he could control. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? How can it make me feel fear? Impossible. This is impossible. He kept shaking his head, and there was a hint of madness in his expression. But the more it was like this, the more his body trembled. In the Immortal Martial Academy, several elders had heavy expressions on their faces as they stared at the azure, dragon-shaped sword shadow. What a terrifying aura! What exactly is that sword shadow? The elders looked at each other. Sword spirit, that's his martial spirit. At this moment, Senior Xian's voice was steady as he spat out 2 words. What? Martial spirit? The elders were stunned when they heard this. Then they exclaimed, that's impossible. Isn't his martial soul the ice lotus? Seeing that Headmaster Xian didn't say anything else, the elders were shocked. Could it be that he has dual martial spirits? Although twin martial spirits were rare, they existed in this world. There were records of twin martial spirits appearing in history, and each one of them was a terrifying figure. These elders wouldn't doubt the existence of twin martial spirits. Since Headmaster Xian said that the sword shadow was a martial spirit, then it must be a martial spirit. And the ice lotus that Lin Xian displayed earlier was also a real martial spirit. Therefore, in their opinion, Lin Xian must be a twin martial spirit cultivator. Thinking of this, the elders' faces flushed red and their breathing quickened. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that he really has twin martial spirits? Who would have thought that our Immortal Martial Academy would have such a peerless genius? They were too happy. Who would have thought that Lin Xian's talent would be so high? Not only that azure dragon-shaped sword shadow was too terrifying. It definitely surpassed the ice lotus martial spirit. Such a martial spirit was definitely rare in the world. Headmaster Xian didn't care about the excited elders. He squinted his eyes, and stars flickered in his pupils as he stared at the dragon-shaped sword shadow in the air. He didn't know why, but when he looked at the sword shadow, he thought of an ancient legend. Before this, he thought that the legend was made up by the ancient people. But now he was shaken. This was because he realized that the azure dragon sword intent displayed by Lin Xian seemed to be very similar to an ancient legend. However, he wasn't sure about this matter. he still needed to investigate it carefully. Is this the person I've been waiting for? Mysterious indeed. Headmaster Xian muttered to himself. Lin Xian didn't know that the dragon-shaped sword shadow would cause such a huge commotion. At this moment, he slowly stretched out his hand and grasped the azure dragon-shaped sword shadow. The moment he clenched his fist, another loud and clear dragon roar was heard. Then an invisible pressure surged out quickly, like a wave, instantly filling the entire demon slayer's world. At this moment, everyone's face turned pale and they were trembling. In the entire demon-slaying world, all the demonic beasts were prostrating on the ground, their bodies trembling nonstop. In a few forbidden golden nests, those mature, golden demonic beasts were roaring uneasily. They couldn't resist the formless pressure at all, as if they were worshipping a supreme king. All the demonic beasts in the demon-slaying world knelt down towards the white bone mountain. The experts of the spiritual feather race and the giant race were also scared. Their faces turned extremely ugly. That aura made them feel uncomfortable. Jin Yu's face was even darker. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead, and his entire body was soaked in sweat. This pressure was too terrifying. He felt like he couldn't resist it. Impossible, this is impossible. He screamed crazily in his heart. He couldn't believe that everything in front of him was caused by his opponent. Just the pressure from the sword shadow was too much for him to bear. In the next moment, his pupils shrank because he saw that Lin Xian had slowly raised the dragon-shaped sword shadow and aimed it at him. In an instant, his heart beat violently as if it was going to jump out of his body. At the same time, he felt like he was on the verge of death. This made his entire body feel extremely cold. This feeling was very uncomfortable. It was something he had never felt before. However, he didn't doubt that if his opponent slashed down with that sword, it would definitely take his life. I admit defeat. Jin, you didn't dare to joke around with his life. He could only hurriedly speak. As his voice rang out, there was an uproar. The surrounding cultivators were all stunned. They didn't expect that instead of seeing the stunning sword, they would be waiting for Jinyu to admit defeat. However, when they thought about it, they understood. The dragon-shaped sword shadow was too mysterious and too terrifying. Just the pressure alone was enough to split their bodies. It was a wise choice for Jinyu to admit defeat. Lin Xian was also very surprised when he heard that Jinyu had admitted defeat. However, he still nodded slightly. In the next moment, he circulated his spiritual energy and withdrew the great dragon sword soul back into his body. The moment the great dragon sword soul disappeared, Jinyu heaved a sigh of relief. His heart also calmed down. Chapter 989. No one would have thought that the battle between Lin Xian and Jinyu would end with Jinyu admitting defeat. Before this, they had imagined countless scenarios. They even imagined that Lin Xian would go all out and fight to a draw with his opponent. However, they didn't expect the Guardian to admit defeat. Not only did the crowd not expect this, even the two experts from the Spirit Feather tribe and the Giant tribe didn't expect this. They sighed and shook their heads. They knew that Jinyu had his reasons for saying this. They had a certain understanding of Jinyu and knew that he was an extremely conceited person. Even the expert from the Spirit Feather tribe couldn't make him submit. Now that Jinyu had admitted defeat, it meant that he couldn't withstand the sword. He didn't even have the slightest confidence. Only in this way could Jinyu willingly admit defeat. Thinking of this, the two guardians were shocked. Their strength was on par with Jinyu. Since Jinyu couldn't withstand the sword, they wouldn't be able to withstand it either. They didn't expect that such a terrifying expert would appear among the humans. At this moment, on the White Bone Mountain, all the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy were looking at Lin Xian. Their eyes were filled with excitement. In the end, they couldn't help but shouting Lin Xian's name. Is this the junior brother Lin I know? Too powerful. Too powerful. Su Yu and the rest felt as if they were dreaming. This kid hid his strength really well. I didn't expect him to have the strength to defeat the Guardian. The twin demons of black and white couldn't help but praise. They looked at Lin Xian with admiration in their eyes. One had to know that the two of them were arrogant people. They didn't even submit to Li Yunfei and the rest. But now they were full of admiration for Lin Xian. It couldn't be helped. The last sword was too terrifying. Although it didn't slash out, the aura it exuded was enough to intimidate everyone. Didn't they see that the powerful guardian, Jinyu, had admitted defeat? Murong Qingchen looked at that tall and straight figure in the sky, a faint smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. She knew that Lin Xian would win in the end because she believed in him. Du Guotian and Li Yunfei also stopped fighting and looked at Lin Xian. The two of them nodded slightly. Du Guotian revealed a bright smile. "Junior brother Lin, good job. You are very strong." "I take back what I said before," Li Yunfei said seriously. Not only the demon realm, the entire Immortal Martial Academy was in a state of celebration. Near the true martial lake, Lin Xian's name was being chanted by everyone. It shook the 9 heavens, and several elders were also extremely excited. They were constantly praising him. Din Xian looked at the figure in the sky and nodded her head in satisfaction. At this moment, Lin Xian had become the idol of the Immortal Martial Academy, a character who stood at the pinnacle like Du Guotian and Li Yunfei. Lin Xian could feel the cheers and adoration coming from all directions, and he revealed a satisfied smile. He exhaled heavily, and a smile appeared on his pale face. Although he didn't manage to slash out in the end, summoning the great dragon Sword Soul had consumed a lot of his strength. Fortunately, he won in the end. My mission has been completed. The rest is up to the 2 seniors. Lin Xian raised his head and smiled at the 2 figures in the distance. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Du Guotian and Li Yunfei smiled as well. Lin Xian's victory allowed them to completely relax. As for their battle, although they didn't have 100% certainty of winning, it was too easy for them to fight to a draw. One must know that they had fought with each other more than once. Hence, they were very clear about the strength of both sides. It was very normal for them to fight to a draw. Moreover, they didn't plan to drag it on any longer. For a moment, Du Guotian and Li Yunfei both used their full strength and fought with their opponents again. Boom! All kinds of terrifying lights once again enveloped the sky. Lin Xian glanced at the 2 of them indifferently, then turned and flew down. He knew that there was no suspense in this battle. As long as Du Guotian and Li Yunfei didn't go easy, a draw would happen sooner or later. Seeing Lin Xian flying over, everyone cheered again. Lin Xian smiled and waved at them. Then he landed on the ground. "How are you? Are you hurt?" Murong Qingqing's figure flashed and arrived beside Lin Xian. "I'm fine. I just used up a lot of energy," Lin Xian said with a smile. Next, Lin Xian took out spiritual wine and spiritual pills from his storage ring and quickly consumed them to recover the spiritual power in his body. Then he raised his head and looked at the sky. The battle in the sky was abnormally fierce. It wasn't inferior to his previous battle at all. The terrifying energy fluctuations made him extremely shocked. Du Guotian and Li Yunfei were worthy of being the top influential figures. The 2 of them were very powerful. After a fierce collision, the powerhouses of the spiritual feather race and giant rock race also retreated. "There's no need to continue fighting," the spiritual feather race powerhouse said coldly. "If we continue fighting, it will only be a draw. Why don't we stop here?" "Okay." Du Guotian also withdrew his longsword. On the other side, Li Yunfei and the powerhouses of the giant rock race also stopped fighting. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. Then they became excited again. A draw. 2 draws. In addition to Lin Xian's victory, they had passed the final challenge. In other words, they had completed the Guardian's challenge and could enter the final demon blood pool. Thinking of this, everyone shouted excitedly. Their hard work for so long was finally not in vain. Of course, all of this was thanks to 3 people. They were Lin Xian, De Guotian, and Li Yunfei. In an instant, their names were shouted by everyone. Their voices spread throughout the entire demon-slaying world. At this moment, Lin Xian and the other two became the heroes of the Immortal Martial Academy. And Lin Xian also relied on this battle to successfully become the top figure of the Immortal Martial Academy. He was no longer an ordinary new student. Instead, he was a top genius like De Guotian and Li Yunfei. Looking at the deafening cheers, the three spiritual feather race powerhouses said coldly, "You have passed the final challenge. This is the reward you deserve." Then, a golden light shot out from the spiritual feather race's bullet towards De Guotian. And Jin Yu from the giant rock race and the golden crow race also shot out rays of light towards Li Yunfei and Lin Xian. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and caught the golden light in the air. Then he opened his palm. He discovered that it was a golden demon core. Light flowed on it, and it contained a powerful energy. Golden demon core! Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. He discovered that this golden demon core was slightly stronger than the one he had killed before. Obviously, these 3 gold demon cores were the rewards for the 3 of them succeeding in their challenge. The surrounding people looked at the golden demon cores with envy in their eyes. However, they also knew that this was what Lin Xian and the other 2 deserved. Next, it should be the final demon blood pool. Chapter 990. Lin Xian smiled slightly. With a flip of his palm, he took out 2 more demon cores. One of them was the demon core of the gold demon beast that he killed, while the other was a demon core that emitted a faint golden light. These 2 demon cores added together, the energy was about the same as the one in Lin Xian's hand. So Lin Xian gave these 2 demon cores to Morong Qingcheng. Seeing this scene, everyone opened their eyes wide, not daring to believe it. They did not expect that Lin Xian actually still had 2 gold demon cores in his hands, and even gave them away. Even Li Yunfei and De Guotian were slightly surprised too. Although they knew that Lin Xian and Morong Qingcheng's relationship was not shallow, these gold demon cores were very precious. This was related to the good fortune of the demon blood pool. That kind of temptation was probably not something that anyone could give up. But now, Lin Xian gave them away without the slightest hesitation. Morong Qingcheng revealed a beautiful smile and extended her lily-white hand, putting down those 2 gold demon cores. Her smile was like a flower, and Lin Xian's figure was reflected in her eyes. Lin Xian smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. "Don't look at me like that. These demon cores are something that you deserve." "Humph!" Morong Qingcheng snorted lightly and wrinkled her cute nose. Then she shot a glance at Lin Xian. In that gaze, there was a different kind of flirtatious look. On the entire white bone, everyone was abnormally excited because they could enter the demon blood pool very soon. However, they did not act rashly. Instead, they patiently waited for Lin Xian trio to recover their strength. Half a day later, Lin Xian, De Guotian, and Li Yunfei opened their eyes, then slowly stood up. Following the 3 people's actions, the surrounding martial artists' hearts also gradually became excited, because they knew that the final moment was finally coming. De Guotian stood up, swept his gaze around, and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, I believe that everyone has been waiting for a long time. Then let's go to the demon blood pool now." Hearing this voice, the surrounding cultivators' emotions completely exploded, and they all cheered to their heart's content. De Guotian and Li Yunfei soared into the sky and flew toward the back of the White Bone Mountain. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth also curled up slightly. He flew into the sky side by side with Morong Qingcheng. Behind him, the twin ghosts of Black and White, Su Yueshua, and the others followed closely behind. After Lin Xian and the other 2 made their move, the surrounding cultivators also made their moves. Spiritual energy radiated from their bodies, covering the sky and earth as they flew forward. For a moment, the entire void was illuminated. The sound of wind whistling could be heard, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Very quickly, Lin Xian and the others crossed the huge White Bone Mountain and arrived at the back of the mountain. He looked at the scenery downwind and froze. How was this a demonic blood pool? This was simply a gigantic lake. Below, there was an incomparably huge lake surrounded by mountains. The lake water was incomparably blood-red, as if it was fresh blood, emitting an astonishing amount of energy. This is the demon blood pool? It's indeed extraordinary. Just feeling this aura makes me feel comfortable all over, Lin Xian exclaimed. This demon blood pool is very magical. It's said that after an unimaginably powerful demon king died, it evolved from all the blood in his body. It contains indescribable power. Du Guotian said from the side. Then he turned around and said to everyone again, the demon cores in your hands determine the time you can stay in the demon blood pool. I hope that you'll make good use of your own situation and not miss this opportunity. All right, let's go in now. After saying that, he took the lead and turned into a sword gleam, instantly disappearing into the huge blood-red lake below. Li Yunfei's figure also floated like a banished immortal, quickly descending. Lin Xian and the others did not delay any longer and flew down. At this time, the dark red divine dragon also sent a voice transmission. Kid, the demon blood pool is probably quite useful to me. Oh, hearing that, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Needless to say, the dark red divine dragon's function was extremely profound. It had mastered extremely profound formations. However, with its cultivation that had just advanced into the Exalt realm, there were too many profound formations that it was unable to utilize. If the demon blood pool was able to allow it to recover some of its strength, then it would be extremely beneficial to Lin Xian in the future. How many demon cores do you need? I'll give them to you, Lin Xian said. No need. The demon cores are prepared for you humans. I'm a divine beast myself, so I don't fear the demonic aura in the demon blood pool at all. That's true, I forgot. Lin Xian patted his head. In that case, you can recover to your heart's content. The two conversed, and then Lin Xian disappeared into the huge blood-red lake. As soon as Lin Xian entered, he felt a dense, demonic aura that was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, the golden demon core in his hand released a wave of energy that quickly blocked the demonic aura. Then he felt a pure energy surrounding him. As long as he was willing to absorb it, the energy would immediately fuse into his body and transform into pure spiritual power. As expected of the demon blood pool, it's really magical. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Then he and Murong Qingqing each found a place to sit cross-legged and quickly absorb the energy around them. Not only that, Lin Xian even released the dark red divine dragon, the snow-white little monkey, the golden-feathered mystical eagle, and little gold to let them absorb the energy in the demon blood pool. Since they were all demonic beasts, they did not need demon cores to enter the demon blood pool. In an instant, the huge demon blood pool was filled with figures. Every warrior looked excited as they circulated the mystic arts in their bodies to quickly absorb the energy in the demon blood pool. The dark red divine dragon was even more excited. It was like a swimming dragon that swam around the entire demon blood pool. It used some unknown secret technique to quickly absorb the energy. Time passed slowly. Half a day later, many warriors left the demon blood pool because the demon cores in their hands could not support them to continue absorbing the energy. If they forced themselves to stay in the demon blood pool, their bodies would probably be torn apart by the ferocious demonic aura. A day later, even more warriors left. However, these people looked excited. It seemed that they were quite satisfied with their harvest. 2 days later, there were very few warriors left in the demon blood pool. To be able to last for 2 days, they must have a large number of silver-grade demon cores in their hands. And those who could obtain these silver-grade demon cores were extremely powerful warriors. Bingling opened her eyes and looked at the silver-grayed demon core in her hand that had dimmed. She shook her head slightly and left the demon blood pool in a flash. After that, the black-white double ghosts and the others left one after another. In the end, there were only 4 people left in the demon blood pool. They were Lin Xian, Murong Qingcheng Digooutyen, and Li Yunfei. As challengers, Lin Xian and the other 2 were rewarded with gold-grade demon cores, so they could last longer. Murong Qingcheng also had 2 gold-grade demon cores, so she could continue to stay.